Okay, good morning all and welcome to the Community Standing Committee meeting for Wednesday the 8th of December. Welcome to councillors, staff, members of the gallery and media. Nice to have you all here with us. I'll declare the meeting open at 9 a.m. and I would like to invite a special guest to just help open the meeting this morning and say the Lord's Prayer, Pastor Jordan. Would you mind coming up and doing that for us? Thank you, Pastor Jordan.
Well, before we get into our discussion this morning, I just wanted to share a couple of thoughts with you before we address this difficult topic. A few years ago, probably getting on about 10 years ago, I don't know if anyone remembers the "what colour is that dress" thing that went around the internet. Some of the younger folks may remember it, but there was this phenomenon where someone took a photo of a dress and sent it to their friend and said, "What do you think of this dress?" And the reply was, "I thought you were looking for a blue dress." And she said, "It is. No, it's white and gold. It's a blue and black dress." And this picture blew up on the internet, went viral, went all over the world because it was dividing families. People were having arguments. My wife and I had this argument for many, many weeks about what colour is this dress, because depending on who looks at the photo of this dress, it changes colour. I did a devotion with the St. John's grade 5s the other day and showed them the picture, and the responses I got was that it was white and gold, that it was blue and black, that it was blue and gold, that it was blue and white. It was really quite phenomenal. The same picture viewed on the same tablet by about 50 different people, and the responses were so incredibly varied, it was quite hilarious. And the reason behind that is because of our life experiences, our worldview, our genetics, impact on how we process colours. It's a very complicated scientific thing. Even to the point where around 50% of females actually see an extra 4 million shades of colour compared to men, which is why white to us is not white to our wives often is the case, and why arguments ensue. And it all comes down to how our eyes are wired, our experiences, our life, and as I said, our genetics. And it's a wonderful example to show people that we all see things differently, we all feel things differently, we all process things differently. It doesn't mean that we're wrong, it doesn't mean that we're right, it means that we're different. And I encourage everyone here this morning that as we try to work through this subject this morning of mandate and vaccinations, that we remember that everybody sees the world differently, everybody processes things differently, everyone's got their own experiences. And to wrap that up, I'd like to read you some of St. Paul's letter to the church in Corinth to kind of set the tone, if you will. Some of you will know this from weddings and things like that. It's called the Love Chapter. And I'll read from the version called the Message because it's a little bit easier to understand. But St. Paul says, "If I speak with human eloquence and angelic ecstasy, but I do not love, I am nothing but the creaking of a rusty gate. If I speak God's word with power, revealing all his mysteries and making everything plain as day, and if I have faith that says to a mountain to jump and it jumps, but I do not love, I am nothing. If I give everything that I own to the poor and even go to the stake to be burned as a martyr, but I do not love, I have gotten nowhere. So no matter what I say, no matter what I believe, no matter what I do, I am bankrupt without love. Love never gives up. It cares more for others than itself. It does not want what it does not have. Love does not strut. Love does not have a swollen head or force itself on others. It isn't always me first. It doesn't fly off the handle. It doesn't keep score of sins of others. It doesn't revel when others grovel. But rather, love takes pleasure in the flowering of truth. It puts up with everything, trusts God always looks for the best, never looks back, but keeps going to the end. Love never dies." And so that is my encouragement for us today, that as we discuss this, that we would remember that we're all made in God's image, that we all have value, that we are all fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunties, grandparents, whatever it may be. We have family, we are people, we are made in God's image, we are worthy of love, we are worthy of respect. So I invite everybody to extend that to each other as we discuss this. If we don't do this in love, then we've already lost the fight. So I invite you to bow with me as we say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Pastor Jordan. Lovely to have you with us this morning, and thank you for those wonderful, kind words. In terms of leave of absence, we have a request for leave of absence. Councillor Potter is unwell and unable to attend. And do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Duff. Secondly, Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Carried. Thank you all. Councillor Henson has also advised that he'll need to leave the meeting at 10:30. Thank you, Councillor Henson, as he needs to attend a funeral of a close friend. And sadly, General Manager O'May is away dealing with a personal matter at the moment, so he won't be with us today. I would now like to invite Councillor Duff to undertake the recognition of the traditional owners. Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, item 4, declarations of conflict of interest in relation to today's committee agenda. Do we have any as such? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to advise for item 10.8, I am a member of the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce. I am, however, not an executive member, so I do not feel this conflict impacts my ability to make a decision in the best views of my community. But I did want to have it noted on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we please have that noted, Lynelle? Of course, as a member, as a normal ordinary member, as such, Councillor Shoemaker, that does not constitute a conflict of interest under the legislation, as she's not an executive member. So we'll note that, and Councillor Shoemaker will certainly participate in that item. Anyone else? Councillor Froeloff.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I believe I have a conflict of interest, a perceived conflict of interest with 5.1 and 5.2, that I work for a state, I'm an employee of a state government body, organisation, so I'd like to leave the meeting when this comes up.
Thank you, Councillor Froeloff, and of course your wishes will be respected, and thank you for disclosing such. Other councillors? No? Okay, I just had one. Item 10.8 as well. I'm Councillor Brett Otto informed the meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item 10.8, request for funding by the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The nature of my interest is as follows. I am a director of a company which owns an accounting practice adjoining the street leading to the said premises. Full stop. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on. Yes, thank you, Lynelle. Nothing further on this item then? Okay, we'll go to now the item 5.1, deputation from Linda Lang, Michelle Anderson and Brett Chaseling. Councillors can be found at page 6. I'd now to welcome members of the community to come forward. You're quite welcome to come up to the lectern, all three of you. Thank you for coming in today. Very much looking forward to your presentation. And we've got the microphone there. Welcome, Linda. Welcome, Brett and Michelle. And of course, we do have a 15-minute timeline, but you're all welcome to speak within inside that 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity today to address Council. In our short time, we hope you will see the great majority of this community does not support the coming exclusion to be sanctioned on December 17th. We have a petition in which only 10 days has a current total of 1,346 signatures. We also present this letter from the Kingaroy District Ministers Association expressing their concern for the introduction of the restrictions. A business survey we have conducted with 191 surveys has found 95% of respondents against restrictions. I've been inundated by distressed people who've lost their jobs, been bullied for their stance, experienced family breakdown, and now soon to be locked out of normal society. A local mental health counsellor provided a statement from which I quote, "Since the inception of COVID, I have seen a rise in people of all ages not coping with life as we now know it. I'm seeing an increased use of illicit drugs and alcohol, poor mental health, and many who have contemplated or attempted suicide, and the families and friends of those who have completed suicide," end quote. Patient confidentiality has always been of paramount importance in the medical profession, but these restrictions parade an individual's private health choice, a hypocritical contradiction to the Privacy Act 1988. Sadly, the power of enforcement goes to some people's heads and will create many instances of confrontation and embarrassment in social settings. Cardiologists report a huge spike in myo and pericarditis, even in young adults and children. Senator Gerard Rennick has been sharing stories of hundreds of Australians who have experienced severe adverse effects. The medical profession is largely calling such events coincidence, and doctors ordering that they must receive subsequent jabs despite their Hippocratic oath to do no harm. The current TGA COVID vaccine adverse events report records almost 86,000 adverse vaccine reports and 678 deaths. Where there is risk, there must be choice. Current polarisation of opinion is based on two things: a person's belief about the danger of COVID and the belief about vaccine efficacy. Media has been driving a relentless fear campaign for 2 years. From many months of data, we now know COVID is largely asymptomatic or comparative to a seasonal flu, for which we have never locked down the entire world. The TGA states that these products will not prevent people from getting it, nor prevent transmission. People are contracting COVID despite double jabs. Indeed, Robert Malone, inventor of mRNA technology used in some of these products, said, "This is the first time in history the ineffectiveness of a medicine is being blamed on those who haven't taken it." The passport is where this is going. Being vaccinated is the new licence to participate in society, and the rollout of passports, the goal for everybody, including our kids. The incrementalism of events, making this palatable. If it had all come at once, the ship would well and truly have mutinied by now. Step by step, we have seen most industries adopt no jab, no job, our teachers the latest. Tassie kids from 5 years have been urged to be vaccinated before return to school, despite COVID having a 0 death rate amongst children. Keep in mind these products have no long-term fertility, carcinogenicity or other data and are not approved and still in phase 3 trials. If true science allows robust debate, then what we are seeing is not science. All debate to the contrary has been viciously attacked and shut down. Soon, proof of having the booster will be required to be fully vaccinated. Many may decline the third and therefore will be considered unvaccinated. And we have all just received this letter from our government about the boosters. A local business person has referred to us as terrorists. The unvaxxed are the new lepers. From here, bad things can happen quickly. The media is labelling as radicals millions who have marched all over the world in recent months against mandates and restrictions. We have seen a great loss in humanity where, in the name of health, people are prevented from being at weddings, bedsides and funerals of loved ones, losses that will increase with what's coming. The truth is, most people are not vaccinating against an illness, but against unemployment and against being locked out of life. Since when has health removed our basic freedoms?
Well done, Linda. My name is Brett Chaseling, owner of Musicians Oasis. As a business, we have seen lots of ups and downs. We have weathered floods, and we have seen years of droughts and fires threatening our community, and even survived the recent street refurbishment, which is looking good, by the way. When COVID was unleashed on the world, like everyone, we were initially worried and didn't know what to expect. We went from 2 weeks to flatten the curve to longer lockdowns, enforced mask wearing to singing we're all in this together, to now being told we're not in this together unless we submit to an experimental vaccine and will be segregated in society and treated like second-class citizens. and made to feel as if we are domestic terrorists. I speak to businesses who are concerned and struggling already and can't afford to turn away customers, let alone be faced with fines for not meeting these new mandates being forced upon us. One local winery and restaurant owner told me he is disgusted by these mandates. The staff he has are like family, honest and loyal. It sickens him to think of having to let them go. If 70% of our community are vaccinated, can these businesses afford to turn 30% of their customers away? As he explains, when customers come in, it is usually in groups. If one person in that group is not vaccinated, he has to turn that person away, and he believes in a majority of cases that whole group could possibly leave. Does that 30% then become 50 or 60% of loss? Another pub that borders our region will close on the 7th of December, planning to hopefully reopen on Boxing Day in the hope that all this will blow over because there's no way that they can police these restrictions. I've heard from businesses in my industry in New South Wales where they have tried this, and they say hardly anyone is coming through their door. Yet the few who enforce this are facing hostile people not wanting to be hassled just to shop. We have friends and customers who this Christmas will receive as their present the unemployment line because of these draconian mandates. This has to hurt our community and economy. We have masses of people standing around our country in protest, as well as people standing outside this very building, not because they are rebellious and don't want to be told what to do or think, but these people are informed and educated on the real science and not the propaganda from the mainstream media, and ready to push back in the face of government overreach and tyranny. Now we are faced with teachers and staff having to make choices between their own health and medical decisions or their careers. I wonder how this will affect my business, as we've built it around teaching music in the community. And while some teachers are vaccinated, some aren't, and we won't be. Will we be able to continue, or will we face fines and threats over mandates because we won't comply with the directives that are based on more fear than science? How can these mandates do anything but divide what was a close-knit community and hurt our local economy? This certainly seems like an attack on small business and middle class. While hundreds can gather at Aldi and Woolworths and Bunnings, but wedding venues, churches, coffee shops and restaurants must comply. Do we want to see our street like streets in other states where businesses long established are closed forever, never to reopen? More empty shops up for lease that can't be filled. People come to this region because they love the freedom of escaping these cities and these states. We are like a sanctuary. I meet people all the time that are moved here and love the freedom that we have enjoyed. They can remove their masks, breathe fresh God-given air and not feel guilty or shame for standing within 1.5 metre zone of another human. Our mayor's signs on the outskirts of town have a really positive slogan, progressing the South Burnett. So why, if these mandates are enforced, does it feel like we will be regressing? Where in the world have vaccine passports and mandates worked? Are these mandates even legal? Because there is a lot of evidence to show that they are not. I know you as councillors care about the community. You sacrifice weekends and family time to appear at community events. How many of those community events will suffer? So many of my friends will never go to the Speedway again. As Australians, we watch from a distance apartheid Africa cause devastating social and economic ruin, thinking it could never happen here. Our parents and grandparents watched and fought against a nation that did nothing to stop the genocide of Jews caused by media propaganda and through fear that they are a disease-spreading vermin and should be eradicated, thinking it could never happen here. Now the world is watching us. We are a test case, saying we are a test case, and they are praying it'll never happen there. This moment will be marked in history. Will you choose freedom or silence and do nothing to stop this insanity? These mandates are not supported by the federal government. We are asking that you, like other councils in Queensland, would not enforce these mandates, but choose instead to be a pro-choice council. We as a community cannot comply, and we believe in freedom and will continue to stand for pro-choice, not mandates, and hope that you will see the sense in supporting us in this. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Brett Otter and councillors. My name is Michelle Anderson and I'm a mother and a passionate member of our wonderful Kingaroy community. The South Burnett contributes greatly to the local, state and national economy, and we need all businesses to operate at full potential by allowing full participation by all. There is already a skills shortage across the country and in regional areas, and businesses and industry are losing staff of decades of experience. This is unacceptable. It's also unacceptable that Scott Morrison is allowing thousands of foreign, underskilled and inexperienced workers to flood the country, taking the jobs of Australians who only wanted to continue to work in their chosen field. We need to look after our own first and foremost. Additionally, there is a mass migration out of New South Wales and Victoria into Queensland, so there is every opportunity for the South Burnett to take advantage of this and to grow and thrive with this influx. We're being told by some health ministers and members of the community that we are selfish for not getting the jab. But are people taking the vaccine because they genuinely fear COVID? I'm not convinced. I asked my mum, who is 70, would you get the jab because you were scared of this virus or because the government told you to? Her answer was, well, I guess because the government told me to. I asked her, are you afraid of the virus? Her answer, not really. It appears most people had the vaccine out of fear of government repercussions. How long is Anastasia Palaszczuk going to continue to call this a pandemic of the unvaccinated? Hospitalisations and deaths are also being attributed to vaccinated individuals in great numbers in Australia and around the world, in countries with high vaccination rates. It's no longer justifiable to use this as a reason to impose restrictions on the unvaxxed. As the failures of the COVID shots are being realised, public demonstrations against mandates and lockdowns are increasing in numbers and frequency. The people must be heard. Ironically, they've taken the saying, staying apart keeps us together, to a whole other level. The Premier seeks to divide us. This is abundantly clear, but we stand for the right to decide what is best for ourselves and our families. What the Premier does not realise is that the harder she pushes these scientifically baseless public health policies, the more she actually unites us. School children now face an uncertain 2022. With mandates being forced upon all school staff, many schools across Queensland, including the South Burnett, stand to lose many thousands of teachers who are simply not prepared to sacrifice their bodily autonomy, not even for the sake of the students they've devoted their careers and lives to helping to become the future of Australia. The Gympie Times recently reported that almost all its teachers will take leave. Imagine the impact of that. Kingaroy State High recently advised the possibility that students may be learning from home next year in the event of school closures or lockdowns. The Gold Coast Bulletin recently also warned the exact same thing may happen across Gold Coast schools. What is it they know that we don't? Will they impose targeted lockdowns on the unvaccinated for a single case of COVID in the community? Will remote learning become necessary due to teacher shortages? At this stage, it's anybody's guess. On the 30th of November, the Sydney Morning Herald warned that Queenslanders could lose up to more than 6,000 teachers. Quality teachers are the crux of our children's future and whom help to shape the people they grow to become. They simply cannot afford to lose good teachers from our schools, but this is the likely reality next year. The impacts that lockdowns and school closures have had on our children is immeasurable and long-lasting. We did remote learning for several weeks early last year. It was traumatic and it did not work. In all honesty, the only thing my children longed for during this time was simply to see their friends again. Very rapidly, we have gone from just 2 weeks to flatten the curve to show me your papers. If there's one thing that history tells us very clearly, the people doing the oppressing have never been on the right side of history. It is no different now. We are the kind of people who will not reveal our medical status because it really doesn't matter whether we're vaccinated or not. This is not the issue. What matters at a local level is whether we're financial or not, have good infrastructure to support an expanding community, whether we have water reserves when we need it in our rich agricultural region, or whether we can drive safely on the roads. What matters is the ability to walk into a shop, a cafe, a cinema, or just down the street and not be fearful of judgment. What matters is community, and community is built on people. Community-led groups in several Queensland towns, cities and shires are pushing back, putting pressure on the regional councils to adopt and support pro-choice communities, many of which have been so far successful in gaining that support. These include, but are not limited to, Livingston Shire Council, Scenic Rim, Banana, Mareeba, Cairns, Townsville, Mackay, Whitsunday, Isaac Regional Council, Bundaberg and Toowoomba. We must empower the people of the South Burnett to have confidence going forward. After nearly 2 years of uncertainty and loss, it is only fair that people are assured of a sense of stability and security. Council needs to act in the interest of the people. We ask at this time that you stand with us, stand with the people who are standing for freedom, not oppression. A healthy and prosperous community thrives on freedom, inclusiveness and compassion, not division and segregation. We request today that you consider putting forward a statement to the Premier, opposing these restrictions on behalf of the South Burnett region. We thank you all for taking the time to listen today.
No, thank you all.
Would it be okay to hand one?
Yeah, sure.
I've got one short.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Linda. Thank you, Brett and Michelle. Thank you. Bye-bye. Right. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, so the next item on the committee meeting is 5.2, COVID vaccination mandates and position of council, which is at page 7 on the agenda. So the report has provided some background in relation to the matter, and of course we've heard from members of the community with this morning's deputation. Being a committee meeting, of course, committee has the liberty to share and discuss matters without the formality necessarily of an ordinary meeting. The background provided does provide an opportunity for us to open up that discussion as a group, and then determine what position council would like to take, or what action the committee would like to take in terms of any recommendations moving forward to council. So the background provided includes correspondence and media release relating to the recent correspondence received by council. Also attached to most recent vaccination rates for the South Bennett regional area at the time of preparation of the report, and the complexity of the mandate issues is certainly acknowledged. There appears to be no clear consensus on the impact of these mandates moving forward, or how long they will need to remain in place. The council has actively worked with groups such as the LGAQ, Public Health Network, Queensland Health, for greater clarification on the proposed mandates and to support the provision of sites for pop-up vaccination clinics, such as the Mergen Vic and recently held Community Health Expo in Kingaroy, for example. Council will continue to support community opportunities for vaccination and encourages the same. Council will abide by all lawful directions, which include the public health orders from either the state or Commonwealth governments. And Council will continue to work with all levels of government and seek information and clear guidance on any impact for not only our council facilities, but also the impact on the business community and in particular our small business. We will communicate the same to the community when we become aware of them. And I just would like to share with the committee the letter that went out. So of course we did receive a number of emails that came into councillors' inboxes. They were forwarded on for the benefit of the community. They were forwarded on to the executive services, to the office of our CEO, and they have worked tirelessly to provide responses as quickly as we possibly could to all who emailed council and or councillors. The letter of response that was sent out the 25th of November provides some really important background, I feel. In there, we make clear that an alleged survey, council has not been requested to participate in any public survey, nor are we aware of such a survey or support or not support the state government public health and social measures roadmap. So we are not aware of such a survey to support or not support. That is certainly not to our knowledge. The LGAQ has been able to clarify that the vaccine mandate rules will not be extended to council-owned and operated facilities such as libraries, swimming pools or town halls, for example. So that has been clarified by the government, and the LGAQ have circulated information that while state libraries and museums will be subject to the restrictions, council-owned facilities will not be in our local community. Council has not, does not, and has no plans to move to a mandatory vaccination position for our staff. This matter is clearly a public health issue and a matter for the state public health policy. Our council does not have access to the health modelling or information that we understand would guide the decision making. Of course, in summarising the letter, we've just explained that, of course, the safety and wellbeing of our community is our highest priority. Our council holds concerns about how small business and others in our community will navigate the mandates for unvaccinated residents from the 17th of December. Now, we do understand that these are challenging times, and we want to reassure you all that our council has no legal jurisdiction over the public health orders or lawful directions from the state and or Commonwealth governments. We will continue to seek further information and clear guidance on any impact for council facilities in the community, and will communicate the same to the community as and when we become aware of this information. I'd like to thank our CEO and his staff for responding so promptly to the emails received. So, Council, the matter is open for discussion now, and I'd like to give each and every councillor the opportunity to share their views in relation to what you're hearing across our regional community. Does any councillor wish to speak first? Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the deputation this morning was very well presented. Look, I personally fully endorse the rollout of vaccinations, but I also support the people that don't want to get them. There's been men and women gone to war to fight for people to have freedom of choice in this country, and I believe that should be left up to the individual. So I fully support both sides of the understanding, and I fully support, and I hope after this conversation we have here today, that we do write to the Premier, because the state government is responsible for forcing these mandates. I am against the mandates that are being imposed on the community. You just said there, Mr. Mayor, that the council-owned facilities will be open and no restrictions placed on them, but small business will. Where's the fairness in that? Our small businesses suffered dramatically in the last 2 years. And all I can see is these people that have struggled for 2 years to try and survive through all sorts of different situations are going to do it tougher than they've ever done it in the last 2 years. So I fully support, and I hope the rest of the council do today, that we do write to the Premier and we ask for clear clarification on how this is going to affect, or who's going to be responsible for enforcing these mandates if they do happen on the 17th of December. Like I said, it's freedom of choice. People that want to have the vaccination should be allowed to have them. People that don't want to have them, I believe that that's their choice. If that's their individual choice and they're right, it is their right in a free country that we live in today. But I'm against the mandate. I don't support the mandates being enforced on small business and the community when it clearly states that we, as council-owned facilities, will be not affected, and yet they're trying to impose them on small business.
Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to read a statement. I am vaccinated. My family is vaccinated. My 9-year-old daughter will be vaccinated. I own my choices and accept the risks and consequences of my decision to get vaccinated. It was not an easy decision to make. These are the 3 most important people in my world. I was hesitant and I did wait. My sister, she is not vaccinated. Her family is not vaccinated, and I respect her choice. I understand her concerns. She accepts that her decision for herself and her family not to get vaccinated also has risks and consequences. Both of us have children, jobs that we love. Both of us hope to sit next to each other at our family's Christmas lunch at her house in Brisbane. But neither of us know what the next few weeks or months will mean for us, for our families, and for our lives. Rewind the past 2 years of our COVID-safe bubble here in the South Burnett. I've had 2 COVID tests. 2 instances where I have anxiously awaited the results. 2 instances where I have turned myself inside out, thinking about all of the people that I had met, the hands that I had shook, the hugs that I had given. Doing my own contact tracing in my head, thinking about all these people's families, and terrified that if I had COVID, I may have given it to them. I may have spread it to my community. The Premier has announced the border opens Monday. Our COVID-safe bubble will, at some time, be burst. We will have to learn to live with the sci-fi movie that has unfolded daily on our television screens these past 2 years. So let's reflect. Rewind to just before the pandemic, where you were. I was delivering Meals on Wheels to an elderly lady. She lives alone, her family's overseas. At that time, her front door was barricaded with giant packs of toilet paper for as far as I could see. While I tried to spend some time with her to offer her some comfort that she would be okay, There would be people to help her. She didn't need to stockpile things in her home. She was hesitant to let me in the door, and rightly so. She was terrified that she'd be sick. She'd get sick. She was doing what she could do to protect herself. This moment has stayed with me. Rewind March last year, I remember trying to help an elderly couple reach for a box of muesli in Aldi. They were covered from head to toe with gloves, masks, glasses, long sleeves and trousers. They declined my help, and rightly so. They were terrified that they'd get sick. They were doing what they could to protect themselves. This moment has stayed with me. Rewind these past 2 weeks, the hundreds of emails, the Sunday rally, the heartbreaking stories, the fear, the worry, the unknown, the division, the assumptions, the infighting, the deep-seated need to be right. For me personally, it's been awful to watch my community tear itself apart. For the past 2 years, we've stood by each other. We've stood by the risks and consequences of the choices we have each made. We've done what we can to protect ourselves, our families, and our community, to keep each other safe. Like my colleagues, I've received hundreds of emails, and some of these emails have made assumptions about me, who I am as a person. Some have challenged my integrity, my values, and argued that I'm not serving the community if I don't take a side. For those of you who have said these things about me and who are listening, listen up, because you are terribly wrong. Like you, I have courage, I have grit, I have respect for the views of others, and I believe there should always be respect in disagreement. I have listened to you, and I will not take a side. This is not the job I've been elected to do. I took an oath on the 20th of April 2020, just as the pandemic was unfolding, to faithfully and impartially fulfil the duties of office, in accordance with the principles and code of conduct of the Local Government Act to the best of my judgment and ability. The Local Government Act does not have a rule book or a section that any of us can refer to that defines the what to do and not to do in a global pandemic. Council is not the lead agency for public health orders. This is a matter for the state government. I've not met the Premier or her Chief Health Officer. I've not received health modelling or the data that informs her decisions over these past 2 years. She's not picked up the phone and asked me, nor should she. Her job and the job of the Chief Health Officer is very different to mine, and I will continue to do my very best to serve my community to the best of my judgment and ability. I will not argue, I will not take a side, but as of Monday, I will not shake hands. I will wear a mask more often. I will avoid crowded places. I will do what I can to socially distance, to wash my hands, to use hand sanitizer. I will worry about my trips to Woolworths, about the people I run into in the street, about giving and receiving hugs over Christmas, and I will worry about sitting with my family at my sister's house in Brisbane for Christmas lunch. I will worry because I am like you, a human being too, and I don't know how COVID is going to impact my community, my family, my workplace, my life. I will, however, do all that I can to protect my community, my family, and myself. Together, we're going to have to learn to live with COVID. I only hope we can all respect each other's choices and do what we can to support each other during this time. Please think of those in our community who are vulnerable and do what you can to protect them. Please be kind, South Burnett. These are certainly uncertain times. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Jones, and more so Linda and Michelle and Brett for their presentation this morning. What a double-sided sword we face here. I think the bottom line with this, it's personal people's choice, freedom of choice with this, and that needs to seriously be respected. They're creating division in communities, which is terrible, and it's like some draconian apartheid law with this mandate they're trying to impose on people in the communities. And look what's happened in other countries previously. That's not a good result. Not a good result at all. This mandate is not something I support. We live in the best country in the world, the best state, the best community. I don't think they've got it right from day one. We are facing trillions and trillions of dollars of debt. and they still don't have an answer for it. Instead, they're trying to impose rules and regulations on businesses, communities, societies. That's not right. We've walked in a free country for so long where our forefathers fought for this right. Where is this going? And it was touched on, COVID-19 is what? Is it more a life-threatening disease than some of the flus and pandemics we've had previously? We've fought through and got through them in previous years gone by. I don't know. No one knows. No one can answer that. I think if we respect everybody's decision, Councillor Shoemaker, I fully respect yours. We know just exactly the implications that it's had, and we've all been through it in some shape or form, be it weddings, be it funerals. That's not fair. It is a tough choice. I hope sorry. Truly hope this community respects everybody's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you. Everybody's very passionate and emotional about this, and I get that. I have strong views my way. I support the vaccination rollout. I support the Queensland Government in whatever they choose to do, the Queensland Health Authorities, because I am, as Councillor Shoemaker said, I'm a councillor. I deal with roads, rates and rubbish. I don't think it's our place to call to not respect the views of Queensland Health. And I spoke to my local GP, and he is incredibly concerned about the COVID, the pandemic. He's concerned about what's going to happen when we actually get it here. I think we've been protected, and we voted for the state government because they said they would keep our borders safe, and so we're complacent. We've got there's people out in the bush that are just going around their merry way. I honestly believe the mandates are a wake-up call to try and get people to actually get vaccinated. And I actually used some of the actual coercion, if you like, to try and get the Sherbrooke people vaccinated, because I'm worried about them. I'm worried about the most vulnerable people in our community. I'm worried about the aged. I'm worried about the Indigenous people. So I tried to get them to get vaccinated. And I honestly think that this is what the mandates are about. It's trying to get people to think about the consequences, because I mean, nobody here in this room, apart from some of the councillors here, not one of the presenters mentioned what it would be like if you actually got COVID and died from it, or if one of your loved ones did. So I just think that we need to take a leap of faith on this and trust the Queensland Government on this, to trust the health authorities. Because if you don't trust your doctor and you're going to start to question what medicine he gives you, where does it end? Like, to me, it's just as simple as supporting the Queensland Health in this. And so I know that I'm going to get bashed by a lot of people that don't believe that there should be mandates. And I don't like the mandates. I don't like the fact that they're divisive. But I honestly have to support, in this instance, I'm supporting Queensland Health 100%, because I think if we don't do that, if everybody just went, okay, let's support Queensland Health like we did, we wore the mask, we stepped back, we did all that stuff, we wouldn't have the issues. We've got divided region because half the people won't get vaccinated because they're going, like, to me, it's just as much to coerce and send emails to say about all these people that had reactions from the vaccination as it is for me to say, well, if you don't get vaccinated, these are the consequences. Like I'm saying, you're not going to go in a pub. So it is dividing our community. But at some point, I think we need to support Queensland Health. So that's my stand on it. So I'm saying that me personally, continue to support Queensland Health in the rollout of whatever it takes to keep our community safe, because I think that that's the end result, to keep our community safe. We don't lose lives, we don't lose our loved ones, the aged, the vulnerable, that we need to step up and start to think about the other people in the region who are potentially at risk of getting this disease. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Thanks. Thank you very much to all councillors for providing those comments. We had some really some good views, and I think it's important to reflect on what Pastor Jordan said in terms of the fact that we all see things in different colours. We all see things with different perspectives and different views. That's part of being a human being. Sadly, this has been emerging as a somewhat of a divisive issue for our region, which is sad, because we are a region that has prospered on the back of unity, on the back of mateship and working together and supporting each other. I am saddened to see the way some of my colleagues have been treated, as Councillor Shoemaker articulated, in dealing with this. And let me be clear, these mandates, these restrictions have not been enacted, are and will not be imposed by our council. We are the local council. Our role is to work on sustainable financial management and provision of infrastructure and programs of support for our community. And I'm disappointed that Livingston Shire Council, and I've had this conversation with many mayors around the region who share my disappointment, that Livingston Shire Council has dragged our council into this debate. Now, I have attended and listened to the many people who've spoken for and against vaccination, the many people who have spoken for and against the mandates and the restrictions. It's very hard to determine where the percentages lie. Do we have a majority of people, as our petitioners indicated, as our deputies indicated, in our community that don't want the mandates? I don't know. Is it scientifically justifiable? Has the Chief Health Officer got the appropriate expertise, knowledge, information to guide the government on this? I don't know. But what I do know is that no one in this room is a health practitioner. I am not a health practitioner. And I have always in my life, as my parents and grandparents did, entrusted our health practitioners to take care of us. And we've all lived through plenty enough to know that, in my experience, they have endeavoured to do what they felt was right for their patient. This matter is disappointing, but local governments have been dragged into this matter. This is something that I am hoping the Chief Health Officer, in making these mandates, has a good understanding of the needs and reasons for that, and I'm trusting in that. This decision has been made by emergency provisions that have been integrated into the Public Health Act, voted on through Parliament democratically, to give powers in this situation to the Chief Health Officer. The Chief Health Officer has advised the government of the day that this is what's required to keep Queenslanders safe. Now, we're all going to have different opinions on it. I'm putting my faith in the Chief Health Officer, in Queensland Health, as independent practicing professionals who I believe know more than I do about this virus, its implications, and the value of the vaccine and the need for the restrictions in relation to the mandate. As a council, I believe every councillor in this room, and we're all locals, we're all born and raised here, and we have differences of opinion from time to time, absolutely, and there's plenty of commentary around that in the community. But what I do know, and continue to say, is that every single person in this council, I know you all as being people that, while you might differ and have different views to me, you all have your hearts in this region, or you would not be sitting around this room, because we could all be off doing other things with our lives. But I know that the people in this room be here because you care about the South Burnett. Most importantly, you care about its people, and you were here trying to make a difference for the betterment of this region. So I would ask people to please be mindful of that. and put yourself in a councillor's shoes next time you seek to make a statement or a comment towards one of my colleagues. In terms of this matter, my position is that I believe council should continue to support the COVID vaccination rollout across the region. We have worked collaboratively with Queensland Health and the PHN to do that, and I believe we should continue to do that. That we should acknowledge the rights of our residents to freedom of choice as to COVID vaccination. It is your choice. It is your body. It is absolutely your choice. That the mandated restrictions are a matter for the health professionals and Queensland Health and are not a matter for local councils. That we should provide support to Queensland Health as appropriate to ensure that our local hospitals and our health services and all of their staff are prepared as best they can be when the borders open on Monday. And that we should continue to support our local small businesses as and when we can, to address any negative impacts from the ongoing pandemic. And I know that the people around this room work very hard at supporting small businesses in a whole range of ways. And this is another time where we're going to have to step up as a council and do that. That's our role, to support. We have no jurisdiction, no capacity to change the law, to change the mandates that have been brought in. They are coming and going to be applied. What we can do is work collaboratively with our community to make sure that we are supporting those who are affected most by it to get the best outcome. And look, in terms of what I'm hearing today is, let's not let this tear us apart as a region. I do truly hope, as Councillor Henson and Councillor Shoemaker have articulated, I think, very well this morning, we all truly hope that we respect each other's views, each other's right to be vaccinated or non-vaccinated. I would ask that those that are vaccinated and support and believe in vaccination, please do not judge or criticise or question those who choose not to be vaccinated. That is their choice and they should be free to do so. Those who choose not to get vaccinated, please also do not judge, question or challenge those who have chosen to get vaccinated. Let's genuinely respect each other, not with lip service, but with genuine support, care, kindness, and as Jordan has said, most of all with love. It's a time where we need to share love across our region and support each other and not allow this to divide us. In terms of supporting small business, our council has had discussions around this and our CEO and his staff have been working on this already, and we've already moved to establish workshops, and our staff have been working to put together information packs that we can share with locally affected businesses who will be subject to the restrictions. Resources that are available, and I have spoken with the Minister for Small Business, I have spoken with the Director General for Small Business, and they have provided a wealth of information for us to share with our community. A long list of questions and answers. Brochures, flyers, signs to put up, and our council, I haven't got them in colour, sorry, because I didn't have a colour printer at my office, but there are posters there, okay, for those businesses that do have to have restricted. For those that don't, that information is there for you. And they have made it very clear in the information that it is not the responsibility of the small business owner to enforce the law, to enforce the mandates, that it is the responsibility lies with the customer. But yes, there are obligations for small business owners to follow, and that information is in these packs. Obligations in terms of making sure that they're informing their customers that they are following the proper processes. Now, we will also be inviting the police to speak with those affected businesses and work cooperatively with them. I have great faith in our local police force. I believe we have a police force in this region, staff who are very committed to the local region. Many of them have lived here for a long time. They want the best for our region, and I'm sure that our police will work cooperatively in trying to support our small business to navigate this difficult time. Our council will be doing everything we can to support those businesses. But this is, let's be clear, this is a matter for the state. It's a matter of a state matter, a matter for Queensland Health. I believe we should be leaving it to them, and that what we should be doing is focusing our precious time and energy on supporting our businesses that are affected, supporting our community, and consistently encourage our community to support each other and truly respect each other through what's going to be a challenging time. And I'm hopeful that when Queensland does get to 90% vaccinated, that these restrictions will be significantly eased, if not completely lifted. And we are, I believe, very close, if not already at 80% now. So I'm hopeful that we won't have to live with these restrictions for very long at all. Okay, so with that, councillors in the committee, is there, that's certainly my position, I've heard your thoughts, is there in the committee an appetite to perhaps put a resolution into the books of council to state our position at this point in time? I'm certainly happy to provide an example of one, having heard from around the table. Does anyone else have any ideas in terms of putting forward a council motion or resolution to clarify such? Councillor Henson, your thoughts?
Could I just suggest that perhaps we wait on this for a little period of time? I mean, we're in a seriously changing world with the dates being shifted from the 17th to the 13th. So could I suggest we just hold on this for a period of time?
Councillor Henson, keen to hear other councillors' thoughts on that. Councillor Duff?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think the community is asking for a direction from council, and I think we need to, sorry, Councillor Henson, but I think we need to make a call on what our position is. Hopefully it's a collective position.
Thank you. Councillor Henson?
Well, thanks, Mr Mayor. Well, obviously, Councillor Duff, you and I agree to disagree again, which we've seemed to do, and I look forward to when we agree to agree. But, yeah, and I suggest that because of yesterday, attended a funeral that was enormous, where many of my other colleagues attended, and I'm off to one again in a half an hour's time. So I will stand by. I would prefer to see this, just sit on this for a little bit.
Councillor Schumacher?
Yes, Mr Mayor, and thank you for your comments. Look, I agree. I think we really do need to focus our time and energy on supporting small business in our community at the moment. And I see from some of the emails I've received, you have been working with the team to establish some workshops and share some information. And I know Councillor Froloff, as head of Local Disaster Management Group, actually shared some further information yesterday, which I haven't had a chance to properly digest. I do, however, think, yes, at this point in time, our focus and our energy needs to be on supporting our business community, and we've heard their concerns, and I certainly would welcome any ideas you have in that regard, particularly with those workshops. I'm noting that it's such a short turnaround, but anything that, as normal, that council can do to provide information and an opportunity to share ideas would be a good start, I think. I do think things next week could be very different, and I do hold hope that as we learn through this process, as we always have, that, yeah, the mandates won't stay for long in our community. No one knows. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. Listening to the presentation this morning, and I just want to clarify, the mandates are my concern. It's freedom of choice, whatever you want. I fully support both sides, whatever. It's freedom of choice, but the mandates I don't agree with. You've got the packages there. I've read through some of the packages and the information that's available. I still have serious concerns for our community and small business. When we go out, I just don't know that there's enough. I just really want clarification. And I guess this is what the people are asking. What does it mean? And when you say that it's up to the individual, it's their responsibility, whether they're vaccinated or not, whether they go into a business or something like that. The way that things are progressing in the community, there's going to be a lot of volatility out there, and there's going to be a lot of segregation, like divisiveness and all that. I would really like some maybe like, you know, they're asking for a letter. I don't want to, Councillor Shoemaker, I'm not taking sides here. I understand both sides of the party, but I'm against the mandates and how they're going to enforce, how they're going to affect. And I just really believe that there is a lack of clarity from the state government and all the health officials and all that sort of stuff on really, because, you know, they're going to come back and, you know, we have a wonderful police force here. Again, the state government has that ability to pass on the responsibility of enforcing all their decisions and all that sort of stuff. We've got it with the bloody levy with the rubbish and all that sort of stuff that's imposed on our council, and we're getting flack from that. That's just an example, but I'd like to, I don't know whether the rest of the council, just to write a letter to the Premier or the state government asking for more clarity. Just give us, I don't know. I struggle with what I see in front of me to enable the community and the small business people in particular. Everyone's saying we need to support small business. All they're asking for is clarity because they just haven't got it. I don't believe that there's enough clarity in that package. I know there's signs there and all that sort of stuff and questions. I struggle with who they're going to say enforces it. We put the individual responsibility. Yes, it is. It comes down to the freedom of choice. I get all that. But seriously, if you're not vaccinated and you need to go into a shop on the way past or something like that, you're not going to take that into account. And then we say that, you know, Queensland, 80%, 90% vaccination, we get to that point. What about the rest of Australia and all the visitors coming into Queensland and all that sort of stuff? This is not going away. This is not going away. All I'm asking and all I think the community want, the small business, the people outside, and even the vaccination people, I honestly believe that we just need to try and get more clarity. So I'd like, I don't know who would be responsible, but putting a question to the state government and the Premier for much more clarity around what we're trying to, you know, the mandates and who's imposing, how it's going to affect and all that. So that's just a suggestion to write to the Premier.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jones. I know we've discussed this, and as we all have, I've thought that through. And look, I have gone into a lot of detail in reading what they've provided. I do think that the Department of Small Business have done a really good job in the information that they've provided. I'd probably tend to disagree with you. I think that they've provided plenty of information, plenty of clarity. It's very clear in these documents, so there's pages of them that explain what's your responsibility, what are we expecting of you as a small business owner. So that is very clear. And I think that, you know, what we can do to support small businesses is to be able to share that information, where you can find it, what's available, run workshops, share the information, liaise with our police, get our police to communicate effectively as to what their policy position is, what approach they're going to take. I think that the Premier has certainly got people in her department, small business and the police, working actively on this. And from what I've seen, I'm not sure what other questions we want answered, because all the information that I see out there clarifies the role of the business owners, clarifies the role of the customers, clarifies the role and the position of the police, and we certainly would like more explanation from the police on that. But I'm just not sure what else we're going to put in a letter to the Premier in terms of what we're asking for. Happy to do that if there's information that hasn't been provided. But I'm expecting that the response will be the information is already provided. I'm just not sure what questions we're going to ask, because there is absolutely plenty of information out there if you take the time to research it and read it. And we can help people bring that to their attention. I think that's where we need to put our energy right now. Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Question for CEO Mark. Just, I know in the work that LGAQ has been doing, Minister Stephen Miles did provide a letter to the LGAQ, and I just wondered if you may be able to give a summary of that letter for the chamber.
Thanks, Councillor. To a degree, the correspondence was between the government and the LGAQ direct. It's been shared with councillors, but it's not for public dissemination. But effectively, if in my words, the government's position would be clearly articulated to those who would be affected prior to the impacts being rolled out. Local government has no role in the enforcement. It would be a matter that would be referred through the police probably in the first instance, and Queensland Health continues to take the lead, if in my words.
Okay, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't think that we need to write to the Premier at this point, because tomorrow morning we're having a business breakfast, which is one of the first workshops, and I believe we've got all that information to share with the affected businesses, and then the police are coming along to that one, as they are in Kingaroy on Friday. So I think that once that information has been put out to the affected businesses, then we could, if this needs further clarity, then we could possibly consider writing to the Premier. But at this point, there's a whole heap of information that they'll be provided with tomorrow and Friday. So I think we're, at this point, it's probably not necessary to write to the Premier.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, as a small business owner, am I correct in that the information and the comments you made there, that the responsibility through that package and the information we've got falls onto the individual? Is that it's
Yes.
their responsibility?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm happy to read what's in the information
Yeah,
here in relation to
well,
the
I'm
small
just-
business owner.
yeah,
Yeah.
So I'm happy with that. So as a small business owner, I see the responsibility falling very, very, very rapidly onto the small business owner, because if someone comes to my hotel and says they're not vaccinated and they want a beer or whatever, it falls very quickly on the responsibility of the small business owner. This is my concern. Are you confident in that package that they've got there, that really gives clear definition to the small business owner on how to handle those situations? Because things are going to turn nasty very quickly. Now, I've got family members that aren't vaccinated either. My eldest son, he's a bit of a wild unit, but I said to him, he come to me and he said, I suppose we can have an argument, Dad. I said, no, your choice, mate, your choice. But understand that there's mandates coming in and all that sort of stuff. If that's what you want, that's your choice. Understand it. I don't agree with them and with the mandates and all that, but I really just struggle with what I've read in that, and I may be totally misreading it, Mr Mayor. I'll go back and read it again, but I just see the responsibility. It says in there, or indicates in there, that it's a responsibility of the individual, but it will very, very, very quickly turn to the individual that runs that small business. Police will get involved, other members of the community that may be around at the time that may be vaccinated sitting in there. I know, and you're probably right. There's probably not an easy answer for it. There's probably no explanation on how this is going to unfold. That's just my concern for the small businesses in this region, right across Australia, how it's going to unfold. And that's all I'm asking. And that's, I guess, my point. Just really, really pin down clarity, how it's going to, in that situation, just an example like that, one example, how is that going to unfold? You know, yeah, just, anyway.
Yeah, I think you've raised some really good points, Councillor Jones. We need to, I guess, what I'd like to see is that we do direct our energy into educating, training, supporting our community as best we can in our small business, in terms of the small businesses that are going to be affected by these mandates, these restrictions applying to them. Queensland TAFE do have a training course in relation to the issue, so it is an online training course. Our disaster management team have got that information. They're going to also be providing that so we can share that with all the locally affected small businesses. That training course, my understanding, is to help explain to people what are your obligations and how should you manage those obligations. And I'm hearing exactly what you're saying, and I think perhaps once we've had the workshops, we've met and spoken with those affected local small businesses, I think if they're telling us after that, and we're feeling that there's just not enough resources available here, we're just not giving people the tools they need to manage this on the front line, that we then do need to go back to the government and say, you need to clarify this further. You need to provide more support, training and education and assistance to those small business on how they're to handle all these different types of scenarios and situations that are arising. But I'm really keen to take guidance from those affected small businesses. Once we've done the training with them and run the workshops, I'm keen to hear back from them then, are you now feeling comfortable? Because if you're not, absolutely 100% prepared to go back to the government and say they're not feeling comfortable. Our job is to stand up and represent them and get more information, get more clarity, get more resources, whatever's needed to support them. But I think we need to hear from them first before we jump the gun on this. That's just my view. Councillor Schumacher?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't disagree with either of you. Certainly, Councillor Jones makes a good point, and I am a small business owner myself. I have giant concerns. I have concerns for the young ladies who serve my coffee in the morning, and I have concerns for the people who will be, as you say, our local people. And in a regional community like ours, it is so hard because you know everybody, everyone, or you know members of everyone's families. And so to shift the responsibility to small business, I do believe, in my view, is unfair. To provide education, training, and supports, I think, is important, but it is another layer of responsibility then that we're looking at the business owners to actually to read that, to understand that, to comply with those things. And I do feel that we absolutely need to hear from them, and from the small business owners that I have heard from already. There is giant divide. There's giant concern. I've had some businesses say to me they welcome the mandates. They feel safe because if they're only have vaccinated people in their stores, then their staff are safer. And they've shared concerns with me. What happens if their staff get sick? What happens if their staff pass COVID on to another staff member? What happens if they have to close their door because everyone's too sick to open the doors? There are so many unknowns in this scenario. I've had the opposite, where people have said, you know what, we have been fighting through COVID these last 2 years. We just cannot afford to turn any customer away. And I respect both perspectives. I don't walk a day in their shoes. I do feel it is unfair, personally, that the Premier has put this impost on small business, and particularly in small regions like ours. I do personally blame both federal and state government for vaccination hesitancy, and I also blame the media because they have had a role to play in that, in sharing some of the stories that they have and some of the mistruths that they have, and I'm disappointed by that. I do think, whilst it's wonderful to have the resources that the Premier has provided, her team has provided, we are shifting the responsibility to small business. And I personally, I don't disagree with writing to the Premier to express those views and the views of our business community. I think that's important. I would, however, like to absorb those materials, and I would like the business community, I'd like to hear their views before we write to the Premier to make sure that any letters actually targeted. So I do support writing to the Premier and expressing the views of our business community and the concerns around actually shifting the responsibility to those people who are trying to operate businesses in very turbulent environments at the moment. That's my view. I would be supportive of a letter, particularly targeted at expressing the views of our small business community and their concerns in a regional community like ours for how they're going to live their lives day by day. We know we've got members of the business community already struggling for good staff. So yeah, I do have some concerns about that, Mr. Mayor.
And thank you, councillors. Some very good points made there. That being the case, I might just put forward a proposal just to start the process of moving towards some statement or resolution by council on this. So I might just read this out as an option that the committee recommend to council that council continue to support. Sorry, I'll start again, Eleanor. That council issue a public statement and media release advising, and if we can just colon and then bullet points, thank you, Linnell, that the South Bennett Regional Council will continue to support the COVID vaccination rollout across the region. Yes, next point, thank you, Lionel. That we acknowledge the rights of our residents to freedom of choice as to COVID vaccination. That mandated restrictions are a matter for Queensland Health. And the state government. Next line, Linnell. That we will provide support to Queensland Health where and as we can to ensure our local hospitals and health services are prepared when the borders open. We will continue to support our local small businesses as we can to address the impacts of the ongoing pandemic, including the impacts from the restrictions mandated by the Queensland government, and following consultation with affected local small businesses, we write to the Premier to express the views of our business community and seek any support and assistance they feel is necessary to meet their obligations. Now, that's just a proposal, committee. So, councillors, I'm happy for you to change some of the wording, add, delete, as you feel comfortable, and we can then put that up as a motion once we're all comfortable. So please take some time to have a look at that and share your thoughts.
Mr Mayor, just a question on our proposed workshops. Have we got a time frame when those workshops are going to take place? I know that tomorrow morning there's one in Mergen, there's one in Kingaroy coming up, Friday. So, yeah, so they'll be done.
I think, Councillor, too, that would only just be the very much start of the process. You know, this is going to be an ongoing process of being there to support these small businesses. And it might be that we've got to advocate, as you've both said, to the government to say, look, they're just not getting the resources and assistance that they need to do the job that you're asking them to do. Some of the people in this room are small businesses, you know. Now, we might not be we might be affected, you might be, Councillor Jones, others might not be, but we're all going to have the impact of this, feel the impact of it. And you know, I think that, you know, if our small business community says, look, we're struggling, we just don't really understand what's expected of us, we're struggling with dealing with our customers, this is having adverse impacts on our businesses, or we expect it's going to, we need to take that clear message to the government and stand up and support our small businesses, making sure that they're given the support and resources and assistance that they need to fulfil these obligations. Because I agree with Councillor Schumacher, you know, we're asking the small businesses to do this work for the government, to keep us all safe, and this work for the community. And it is only really, at the end of the day, one sector of small business, those who are in particularly those hospitality industries. and they're going to feel the effect of this. And I do feel for those people on the front counter who are going to have to say, ask customers, are you vaccinated or not? That's a really challenging place to put these people in. We have to support them as best we can in doing whatever we have to do in representing them and supporting them. But yeah, absolutely happy to change that, but acknowledging there will have to be ongoing support for those businesses. And it's not necessarily our role, but I think we've got an obligation to do it as the local council.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I understand, and you've mentioned the hospitality, but this stretches this is every bit. This is funeral homes, this is mower shops, this is car yards, this is every single business. This has affected everyone. It's not just hospitality that's going to suffer here. And this is what I'm saying. Like, I just lack the confidence moving forward with the packages that they put out. And I'd like to put the pressure on the Premier and the state government who is actually enforcing these mandates. I want them to explain and understand. And I'm hearing everyone in this room, all our councillors, I guarantee all the staff, the media, are all hearing from local small business. They are really concerned. Even the ones that are fully vaccinated, Mr. Mayor, they are concerned because they're going to have to turn businesses away. And huge amounts of money, who knows? Then they have to run the possibility of having an incident at their front door. Who's going to be responsible for any damages that come forward that is created from a mandate imposed by state government where I feel they haven't given up? I just think I don't know where we go. I really do think there's I don't know the questions you ask. I just want, how is this going to be enforced? Yes, they've said individuals. You take out the individual because they go to walk in the door. It's that poor girl, poor bloke at the front counter that says, are you vaccinated? No, I'm not. Sorry, mate, can't serve you. They're the ones. How does that happen? Oh, we'll call the police service. So the police service in our region alone is inundated with work for themselves. But police work. So they're going to be then taken out of the action and it's just a huge roll-on effect, and I really, really do struggle with what's available at the moment for clarification. That's just my frustration, I guess. Yeah.
I think, having heard you, Councillor Jones, I think we're all trying to achieve the same thing and get to a point where we can clarify our position on this, clarify what we're going to do in response to this, in response to what we're hearing from the community. What are you suggesting in terms of that? Do you have any suggestions, though, in terms of what's on the screen in terms of the proposed motion?
Well, can I just ask the councillors this question first before I go any further? How many times have you been approached by small business in our community to say that they are really concerned about how this is going to affect their business and who's going to be responsible for enforcing all the mandates and all that sort of stuff? Is there enough out there to require a letter now rather than waiting to the 13th and be on the front foot? I don't know. I totally, don't get me wrong, I totally agree with everything there. Yep, we need to get the feedback and have these workshops and all that. But honestly, if there's only one business comes back and says, I don't know how to handle it, I think it's our role to try and help them as much as and we've all said that. So I just don't know. I'd like to be, so please understand, I support what's up there, but I just, just for clarity, I just don't know, You're
confusing me, Councillor. I'm just not sure what you want from the committee. What do you want from us? What do you want to put in here? Well, I'll just clarify, Councillor, that a couple of things. So my understanding is, and please correct me, Mr. CEO or staff or councillors. So the border's open 1 a.m. on Monday. To come across the Queensland border by air or car, you will need, if you've come from a declared hotspot, which includes places like Adelaide now, you will need to demonstrate that you are fully vaccinated and have had a negative COVID test within 72 hours of crossing the border prior to. However, if you don't come from a declared hotspot, you do not need to show that you're fully vaccinated and or have been tested. So if you have come from a non-declared area of Australia, you can cross the borders into Queensland without having to prove that you've been tested or vaccinated. Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is, this isn't, just want to clarify for the community, this does not apply to mower shops and other businesses, okay? So the restrictions only apply to pubs, clubs, taverns, bars, restaurants, cafes, fast food outlets, And fast food outlets only where you're dining in. So if you want to go to McDonald's and buy yourself a burger and then take it away, that's fine. But if you want to buy a burger and sit down and spend time in that restaurant in close proximity to other diners, then you can't do so unless you're vaccinated. Now, I'm not arguing for the mandates. All I'm trying to do is help explain the mandates for the community. Now, nightclubs, yes. Cinemas, yes. Sporting stadiums, yes. Music festivals, yes. Showgrounds, marathons, fetes, yes. But it doesn't apply to community markets. It doesn't apply to farmers markets. It doesn't apply to all other businesses that aren't listed there. So, as I understand it, it's really trying to target where we've got large groups of people or people sitting inside an enclosed or outdoor venue for longer periods of time. But it doesn't stop you from going and buying takeaway food, for example. But if you're going to dine in, then that's a different situation. That's my understanding as I see it right now. Now, while the borders open on the 13th, my understanding is that these mandates still come into effect from 5 a.m. on Friday the 7th of December. So that is when they're due to take effect at this point in time.
I guess that's my frustration exactly, Mr Mayor. You've highlighted it exactly. I'm always talking about fair and consistent. I can't see the consistent, and you've highlighted it's indoors, outdoor, whatever. Council facilities, council-owned facilities, libraries and all that, enclosed, not going to be affected. Glendon Street Cafe, affected. 100 metres apart, not consistent. That's my whole point right there.
Yeah, so, Councillor, you're suggesting, because this is what this is about, let's get some feedback on this, and this is taking some time, but I think we've got to give value to it. I'd just like to go to Councillor Henson because I know you have to leave shortly to go to a funeral. Councillor
Thanks, Mr
Henson.
Mayor. I do have to leave, and I apologise for that for my fellow councillors and chambers. But, you know, and as Councillor Jones has said, and we'll go round and round here, we've been dealing with COVID now for nigh on 2 years, and we wouldn't be having this conversation if there wasn't a mandate. We would not be having this conversation if there wasn't a mandate imposed. So if you'll excuse me, Mr Mayor, I do have to go to this funeral and I will try and get back as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Look, in terms of Councillor Jones, and we wish you all the best. Yeah, thank you. Okay. We'll note that Councillor Henson's now left the committee meeting. In terms of that resolution, if we were to say that following consultation with local affected small business, we write to the Premier no later than Monday, the 13th of August, to express the views of our business community and seek any support and assistance they feel is necessary to meet their obligations. So if we give a commitment to write to the Premier on Monday of next week, we will have had 2 workshops by then, one at the northern end, one at the southern end. We should have at least some feedback from those small businesses. It gives us till the weekend, and we could draft a letter Monday morning and get that to the Premier. Is committee happy with that? Yeah, comfortable with that? Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, certainly, Mr Mayor. I think this discussion's highlighted just how much confusion there is in our community and how important it is to be clear. Clear is kind. I do feel the Premier does owe our business community and the business community of Queensland an explanation, and I do feel we have not yet received that. So I do support a letter, and I certainly support what's on the screen there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Okay, well, I'll now move a motion as presented at 5.2. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jones. Speakers for or against? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Council Committee, for investing time in this important discussion. I'll now would like to might just tick off the next one, which is just the minutes, and then I'll adjourn for morning tea. Yep, and we can bring Councillor Froelich back. Thank you, Susan. So just as Councillor Froelich's returning, item 6.1, minutes of the Standing Committee meeting held on the 10th of November 2021 are at page 13. So the minutes are as presented. I'll now move that those minutes be accepted, be received. Do we have a seconder for the minutes? Councillor Duff, thank you. Any questions, discussion on the minutes? No? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I now move that we adjourn the meeting for morning tea break at 10:30 a.m. Have a seconder. Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, so I now move that we open the meeting. Councillor Jones seconds. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We're up to 7.1, and we have Councillor Potter's report there in the agenda at page 32, and I'll now move that that be taken as presented, received as presented. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. 7.2, donation towards the purchase of a Medihood at 36. I'd just like to move that this one lay on the table. It's something that Councillor Potter's been doing a lot of work on. I think, in fairness, Councillor Potter, in her absence, that we should lay this on the table. I do know that would be her preference to do so. So do we have a seconder for that? Yes, Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 8.1 is the Rural Services, NRM Planning and Compliance Services Report. Again, Councillor Henshin is absent. So I'd move that that be received as presented. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Froloff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 8.2 is the NRM operational update at 43. Manager Watt, Acting Manager Watt, anything there of particular significance that you want to bring to committee's attention in the report?
No, Mr Mayor, I think that's all just presented as given, so...
Any discussion points or questions for the manager in relation to the report? If not, we'll move that that be received, noted and received for information. I'll move that. Councillor, sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Councillor
I
Duff.
just wanted to ask about the planning. Is that, because that was in Councillor Henshin's report, just what's happening with the consequential amendments? And
Oh, sorry, Councillor Duff. We're still, you're going back to Councillor, yes, all right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, is it in the next one?
Can we cover it in the next one at 8.3
sorry.
under the planning report? So unless there's any discussion on this particular matter, do we have a mover? Councillor Jones, seconder. Councillor Froloff, thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Okay, 8.3, the planning and land management update at 47. Yep, please go ahead, Councillor Duff.
Oh, thank you. I just want to find out what's happening with, I'm getting a lot of requests from some of the people that have put submissions towards the planning with the amendments to the planning scheme, and they're concerned, they're thinking now that there's opportunity to do stuff and progress the region because of the, the rain and everything, and they're wanting us to move quickly on this, and I'm just not able to give them any timelines. I believe we were meant to have a workshop on it. What's happening with those consequential amendments and the state government, putting it to the state government and then coming back out to community consultation? What are the timelines with all of that? Thank you.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Through the Mayor, the application we have put to the state government in relation to any of their state interests in relation to proposed amendments, and early in the new year we'll be working with councillors in relation to the absolute dates when we receive some advice back on when we can collate all the applications that we have. We've had inquiries, I should say, or proposed amendments. There's quite a few, many and varied. Some fit the criteria, some don't. So early in the new year, and I haven't got a date, but we will get back to council and organise with our planning consultant a workshop to go through what we have received, following advice from the state government that they have their interest tests have been satisfied in relation to the proposed planning amendments.
And Acting Manager, what sort of what month could we expect that happen? Are you thinking sort of February, March, or what? How much time?
Yeah, through the Mayor, February, March, I believe. I'll get some better, I apologise for not having a date, but I'll get a better understanding early in the year when I get some information back from the consultant dealing with the state interest tests.
Sorry, I'm through you, Mr Mayor. Just wanting to know then, if we go through that process and we go back out to community consultation, what are the timelines we're looking at, just roughly, to actually get something physically changed in our planning scheme?
Through the Mayor, look, the process does take some time. There'll be community consultation, correctly stated. I haven't got the dates, but if I could take that on notice, I can propose prepare early in the year a more exacting timeline with some estimated timeframes for councillors to advise and for us to advise the public.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Manager. Much appreciated. Councillor Duff, would you be happy just to put a motion through that the report be brought back to the February Standing Committee meeting with the timelines and a date for the workshop? You happy if we do that, just to get something on the books?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Be
Okay,
happy to-
so we'll just put that there, that the report be brought back, Linnell, to the we'll just get that there, and then we'll get this one resolved first, and then we can go to that afterwards. But we've got to get this received information first, Mr CEO, don't we? Yeah. Any further questions, discussion points? No. Councillor Shoemaker?
Just tracking the numbers, I just wanted to check in and see how things were going from a statutory processing point of view with the timeframes for planning, building, plumbing applications. Are we sort of meeting our key timeframes for those, or how are we going from a resourcing point of view? Like, I can see some of the numbers are starting to peter out, which they're kind of expecting in the industry. So, yeah, just keen to hear from you how things are tracking internally from that perspective.
Through the Mayor, yes, the timeframes in relation to, say, building plumbing works, there's normally a 30-day approval time unless there's an information request that is sent out by council to see further or better particulars to an application to better assess it. But we have been managing to get most of the applications, to my knowledge, in that time. Some have had information requests that has pushed those applications out, and the applicants have had some inquiry with council, and we tend to liaise with them about what information is required to undertake a proper assessment of applications. The number of applications does seem to be easing, and with the staff management at the moment, with the staff quotas, we are managing to achieve reasonable expectations from the public.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, we've got the recommendation that the report be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Froloff, second, Councillor Duff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor Duff, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, just wanting to move that a report be brought back to the February Standing Committee meeting as to the date of the workshop and potential timelines for the rollout of potential timelines for the amendments to our planning scheme to be ratified.
That's fine, Councillor Duff. That gets the intent across, I think, clearly enough. So thank you. Do we have a seconder? Yeah, Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Any speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Acting Manager. The next item is 8.4, Management of Overgrown Property. It's at page 52, and it's there as presented. So I think we'll just open up for discussion around the table. Yeah, Councillor Duff, and then we'll go to Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you. Your light on? Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to again, with this officer's recommendation, just put a timeline on it that the overgrown property policy, including procedures and a communication plan, be finalised in accordance with Council's policy governance framework, and the report be brought back to the March Standing Committee meeting.
So, yeah, Acting Manager, your thoughts in relation to that, time-wise? I guess
Through the Mayor.
What are your thoughts there in terms of time frame?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair. Look, the issue has only been staff resourcing. And I have undertaken the investigations up to now and developed policies and communication plan, which I've sent to the media officer at the moment. But just developing those policies and procedures will take some time. I may need to get some assistance, possibly early in the year, possibly later, possibly the April meeting might be a better date, having regard to resourcing at the present moment.
You comfortable with that, Councillor Duff?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Okay, so April meeting. Yeah, I think we'll just note that as the recommendation then. Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Really impressed by the amount of work that's gone into this, Manager Mike, and certainly recognise it is a problem across the region. I know there are pockets, certainly in my division, that don't get mowed as often as they should. I like that you've set a standard here, and in terms of the property size, and then I guess are trying to respond in relation to that. I probably just wanted to hear from you, because I note in your report it has said that there's a high rate of non-compliances issued, which results in several inspections before council conducts actual works. And I know I've got residents who have given me this feedback where they've reported something where it's been quite bad, and then it's been a number of months before they've seen anything happen. So I can see how much work's gone into this. I would really like if you could step us through and explain your thoughts in terms and your learnings in terms of the current practice and what you're proposing. And certainly I'm mindful also of those legal implications there, and would like to refer to those a little bit. So if that's okay, I would like to, if the chamber is suitable, actually go through what we're currently doing and what learnings you've gained from this process, and if that's all right.
It's through the chair. Yes, indeed, there was a number of issues that were identified reviewing this process with myself and my compliance staff, and one of the issues was in relation to the first issue you correctly identified was not having a standard, and investigation revealed that really we're on shaky ground if we just have it in the opinion of somebody. Having a standard really dictates that, and we put that standard out to the public through media, and people understand that there's a standard there, and other people, and they can understand whether it's compliant or not compliant. That really helps the process if people understand, aware of what they should do and what they shouldn't do. So having that standard there, allows further enforcement down the track in relation to belligerent or non-compliant properties, but also it allows for the authorised person, and when they're determining that a property is overgrown, they've got some standard to work on. Some of the other issues related to timeframes, and initially what I discovered that our process was that we were giving a notice that was a 21-day notice, but we allowed for postage time. We allowed another 7 days for a postage of that notice to get received before we even followed it up with some actions. So that sort of left us a little bit, you've got 21 days and another 7, so it left us like a month period where we've got an inaction. Now, as councillors would agree, with the growing season at the moment, that is probably, that time frame is too long in relation to this particular, these particular events. So it was considered that if we reduce that, and I've got a couple of options there, council may wish to debate some of those options, but if we reduce that time frame, we could get a compliance in a more speedier time frame, and people would, the complainants would see that council was undertaking clear actions in relation to their complaint. The other issue we discovered was that it is very busy at the moment in relation to operators. We have even council getting contractors in to do overgrown allotments. We're having, they're very busy, and they've got an enormous backlog. And I spoke to one contractor recently, and he was saying that, in normal times, he would be out there attending to matters pretty quickly, but now he's just got a backlog. So that's just part of the where it is at the moment, having regard to weather conditions. The other issue was that I spoke to staff, and there was issues around. They had concerns around privacy and contacting people by phone or by text or by email. And I have, in my investigations, I've found that is not a problem. If someone provides that information to council, and General Manager might wish to comment on that, General Manager Communications, but if someone provides that information for us to contact them, then that's a way to contact them. And my thoughts with my staff, having discussions with them, is that when we have an overgrown allotment, my view is we just have a complaint, we serve a notice to say we've had a complaint, we'd like you to take some action, and we can also follow that by a text. And if it's an issue where we think that there may be we need to be taking further action, we could give them a phone call and tell them, hey, look, you've got 14 days to clear your block, otherwise we're going to we could issue a PIN. We haven't done that initially in the past directly. So I'm just looking for a speedier, and having regard to council's comments, a speedier action to those complaints, because, as I said, 14 days is a long time with grass growing. Some of the other issues around the governance of that matter is to develop a policy that in relation to our procedures, and I didn't have the time to do that and have that go through governance, and also the communication. Again, initial draft has been sent to the officer, and we will work with that. So I'm hoping to get that all tied up so that it is has a legal basis, has a community element to it, so that we communicate with our constituents that this is the way we're going to go, and having regard that if someone is non-compliant or refuses to comply, then we just issue a notice, a PIN, or we go in there and issue a work order to undertake the works. Is there any more to that, Councillor?
Yeah, thank you for that further clarity. So further to that, my other question was just in relation to the legal implications that are in the report from a statutory point of view. You've provided a summary, which I thought was just good for our council to understand. So 3 separate cases, and in some cases where, a case concerned in the Pyrenees Shire Council versus Day, Eskimo Amber Pty versus Pyrenees Shire Council 1998. It says the case concerned a negligence action brought against a council arising out of fire that destroyed adjoining premises. The fire spread from a defective fireplace. The council was aware of the defective fireplace and had ordered that it be repaired. However, did not follow up on this order. And it goes there to say, the High Court gave separate judgments. I'm just, I guess, probably keen to understand from a legislative point of view, with your 2 options here. Personally, I like option 2. I like the fact that council would have, and I understand that comes at a cost, and I understand we have to resource that. But I do like the option, and I would hope that if you hit it hard for a period of time, that maybe this new practice might start to sink in, and maybe we won't be overrun with the high rate of non-compliance notices that we've currently got. I like option 2 because, we send an inspector out to have a look, and then we issue a compliance notice if the authorised officer finds the property is overgrown. So there's no delay there, and I understand from a logistical point of view that might be, rather because we're spread across the region, you may have to have different, this might have to become a role for different officers across different areas, and it might be part of their weekly duties that on a Wednesday they follow up on whatever overgrown allotment complaints have come in. We have staff in various places, and I'm sure we can come up with a smart solution that might help us to actually do those investigations. But yeah, I'm really keen to hear from you. So I was reading through the legal implications that you've highlighted here, and just keen to hear from you, noting the high level of people who aren't complying. And I know in the 2 years that I've been with council, there are particular areas, particularly like Frangipani Drive in Kingaroy, where people have brought blocks of land. They're just sitting on them. They never come to visit them. There are people trying to establish homes in the area and they are just overgrown. And there's concerns about snakes and whatever else in those. Yeah, from a council point of view, and from this information that you've got there, and my understanding of the work that you've done in option 2, I guess just keen to hear from you, what are the risks if council don't actually comply, and don't actually act quickly, and there are fires or somebody is bitten by a snake, God forbid, what's actually, can we be taken to court over these things? Clearly we can. And what's your feeling around our current procedure? Are we at risk actually by sort of leaving this in its current way of operating? Sorry for rambling.
Through the mayor, yes. Look, would not venture a legal opinion, but I would say that in that scenario you had mentioned that if an allotment was severely overgrown in a bushfire season, and council had knowledge of that overgrown allotment and failed to and served a notice and failed to follow up, that case would indicate to me that there may be actions, legal actions. This information I've received in relation to from some legal opinions that I've sought, and not on a particular case, but just on the general principle that if we're the local government authority, we know of a case, we serve a notice, and we fail to carry out relevant or appropriate enforcement action, then there may be a case. It's just bringing that to attention. It's probably it certainly involved in this report and the other report in relation to the illegal occupation. So that has been brought that there can be actions, and they're just examples of where action, a simple matter of a fireplace can become an action. Trying to have the staff resourcing to do that, and the second, you allude to the second option there that I have. It's my view as well. Staff resourcing has limited us to sort of just getting out there and doing that, because the compliance officers are particularly related to animal issues as well, and animal control, and where we have, a lot of dog attacks and so on as of recent times, that puts an impact on us getting back to a lower level overgrown allotment. So trying to speed up the process, and I do take on board the councillors' indication that there may be a better process of ameliorating the observance of overgrown allotments through other officers. That's something to be explored, and in other areas I've worked at, we have had people trained in that aspect who aren't particularly compliance officers. And for instance, in areas I've worked, I've had administrations officers trained to go out there. Now, if we have a standard, they can determine that standard to a degree, as long as we authorise them as an authorised officer. So there are mechanisms, and we need to develop that, I guess, in relation to have a more speedy approach.
Sorry, just my last question, and I absolutely agree. I think that's, an exciting opportunity. Just I read in the report that there is opportunity to put the overgrown allotment notices on the rates notices, which I think is the actual charges, which is very important. So it's good to read that. I just wondered if those officers are out in the field, and we currently have compliance officers doing work with animals, as you've said, animal management. Just wanted to understand, is there capacity for them to actually take the work they do through Tech One or whatever platforms that we have remotely? Are they doing that? Do they have, a tablet or something where they might actually be able to say back to an admin officer or something inside that, yep, inspected, done, and please issue the notice? Like, just trying to get value out of our compliance officers while they're on the ground. Thoughts?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thank you, councillor. That's a good question. We're looking at that. That's part of our upgrade, our Tech 1, like you were saying, upgrade. So that's CI Anywhere, so that gives the compliance officers capacity that, like you're alluding to, where they're out there, they put it on their tablet, it then triggers straight through to Tech 1. But at the moment, that's still in the test. Yes, it's very immature at the moment because it takes a lot of configuration and it's a lot of testing and that. But that is part of the overall project there. But it won't be immediate. But it has been identified as an improvement for sure.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I just noticed that over the years that the sort of like serial offenders, so the people, they're often the same ones every year. And I guess I've had raised, perhaps we could be more proactive with those. And the other one is, and by being proactive, perhaps working with them, because I know that there's a form that you can fill out to actually let council manage your block. So I just wanted your thoughts around that.
Through the Mayor, yes, there are ratepayers or allotment owners that are proactive from their point of view in relation to giving council the undertaking to clear those allotments as they live remotely. That sort of person is normally very clear about their obligations to their neighbours, and that works very well. We do have that on that basis. The other type of individual or allotment owner is where they do not inspect their block from year to year, and it just relies on a compliance action. So having a speedier compliance action would mean that as soon as we identify that the allotment, or on an inspection program, when we're out and about, we identify that allotment, we know it's an operator or an owner who will maybe not respond in a quick manner. We can issue a notice directly straight away and bring that action forward.
Good.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, just quickly, Mr Mayor, just through you to Mark. Option 2, compliance notice is immediately issued. If it's immediately issued, Mark, do they have a period of 2 weeks to comply, have that allotment tidied up once we do that?
Through the Mayor, there is a bit of a process to notify them that the action is going to occur, and one of the management processes in contacting people is to at the expiration of that 14-day notice is to ring them to see why there has been no action. We have had some allotment owners come back to us with some with information, some without information, to say that they've contacted the contractor and he's due next week, the week after, or whatever, in relation to the management of that contractor. So that provides a bit of a conundrum for us, because once someone's taking action, they've advised us they've got action in proceeding. It's very difficult to follow that with a compliance action.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So if we initially go out instigate a compliance notice, and that takes all legalities away from us, we've actually taken action, and if they come back to us saying exactly that, that's taken the responsibility away from us because they've responded, all that sort of stuff. So I'm with Councillor Shoemaker. I'd like to see option 2 enforced, or the new policy, and instigate that compliance notice immediately when the officer goes out there, rather than wait 2 weeks, and that's where we get smashed all the time. So.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, Mr Mayor, could I move a motion, please, or adjust the recommendation?
Yes, certainly.
That the committee recommend to council that further... if you just enter down so that I can still see it there. Sorry, Linnell. That further investigation is undertaken as to the resourcing and practice of implementing option 2 in the proposed overgrown allotment procedure and that a report, proposed overgrown allotment procedure in accordance with Council's policy governance framework and the report be brought back to the April Standing Committee meeting. Just with that, certainly I'd like to move that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Yep, Councillor Jones. Okay. Yes, thank you, Linnell. Yep. Speakers for or against? Councillor Schumacher.
Just in relation to that motion I've moved, Manager Mike, just noting that the growing season really is now, and that there are a number of problems in the region with overgrown allotments at the moment. Is there opportunity, while we by all means bring the report back to the April meeting, because I know you've got quite a lot of work to do, but if Council was to explore this option as part of that investigation, probably just want to understand, is there opportunity for you to trial some of these practices in the lead up to April and to report back in that report? So whether there's Parks and Gardens stuff, or whether there's if we adopt that this is our standard, that our expectation for an overgrown allotment, is there a way, do you think it would be feasible to look at options for other elements of the organisation or your team to support you in identifying some of these lots and trialling this practice or process a little bit, so you've got some feedback to bring back in April as to whether option 2 is actually going to be reasonable and whether something like this would actually work? And I understand that may not be possible, but I guess I just wanted to ask the question.
Certainly, through the Mayor, certainly, Councillor, I'll endeavour to get back some feedback in relation to some of those matters, those procedural matters that I've mentioned, and it can be a bit of an evolving process, and certainly I'll bring back something to the Council in relation to what I've found at whatever level.
Just with the text messaging and phone calls and those sorts of things, you'll factor that also into the procedure process, because I do think if there's options for tech to, remove the need, I know I prefer to get things personally text message to me because you're on the run, and it's a good way to prompt you, and I guess I think that's a great option if we can explore those things further and make it a bit easier on our staff, so we're not issuing so many letters and waiting for so long. Supportive of text messages and phone calls and things as part of the procedure.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, certainly in response to the committee, Acting Manager, if you take that on board, perhaps consider some of those matters over the course of the summer period and look at conversations with staff and what options might be available. Be much appreciated. Yeah. Okay, so we have the motion there as presented. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you very much, Manager Mike. 8.5, Management of Illegal Habitation of Structures at 57, and it's as presented there. So, Acting Manager, did you want to give us a run through and then we'll go around the table for a discussion on the matter? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through the Chair. Council asked me to undertake a risk analysis in relation to illegal structures, having regard to a workshop we held earlier. So I undertook that analysis. Again, I indicated the legal implications of not taking action. It's probably at a greater risk in some of these areas, and the report also contains a risk assessment table and a management enforcement framework, just to give council some guidance to give staff as well, but some guidance in relation to the vagaries of what we're dealing with. It is very resource intensive, and it does take a bit of toll on either officers as well as complainants in relation to the matters to be investigated. I have got some recommendation there in relation to communication, and again, I see communication, having a general communication plan, fact sheets and so on as being right at the forefront of council's response to these issues. And then again, at the back end, there's the issues of compliance, and we must just to put a flavour on the report. The issue is that we need to have regard to those risk matters to ensure that we're taking appropriate compliance matters, having regard to the human nature and the people that we're dealing with. So the risk table, you can have a look at that. Councillors may have some comment on some of the risk categories there, but that was developed in relation to with some legal advice in relation to how we analyse what is a risk. One of the legal structures, one issue in the legal structure was the proliferation of containers throughout the region, and that is considered to be a bigger matter to attend to. It's really something that council would not have the resourcing to do, and the risk is fairly low unless we get a complaint that a container is dangerous or dilapidated or unsightly. It's considered very low. Of course, on the other end of the scale is a person living in a structure that was considered to be dilapidated, unsafe, unsanitary. That poses an extreme risk to the people occupying the structure, to their health, and to council, and ultimately to council in relation to the enforcement actions, not undertaking actions. So in the administration management enforcement framework that we've developed, we've got some actions there about complaints being received, and we normally preface it with some sort of communication with the people about their responsibilities, council's roles and responsibilities, and what we see as being required to rectify the situation, or at least ameliorate any effects on public health and the neighbourhood. Certainly, complainants have legitimate complaints in relation to their land, visual amenity, valuation of land, and so on. So there's a lot of factors that need to be considered. However, from a compliance point of view, from an officer point of view, we just need to have some direction as to how we tackle this, because we're not, as I've alluded to in the report, the officers can only look at the statutory regulatory powers and not get involved in other extraneous matters with public that relate to public health or other matters, personal privacy. There are certain issues there. So it was developed to give council some guidance. We would need to further develop operational procedures and a communication plan similar to the previous report, and that's just needs a bit of time to develop that and put that through the right governance channels through the CEO. And I think it's fairly self-explanatory there, but I'll take any further comment or questions if there is any. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I think that you've done a really good job on the risk assessment table, and it's in keeping with what Council has said in the corporate plan about the health and safety. So you've stepped up with education, communication, consultation, all of those things, and then enforcement and conduct the works is in that where you're starting to get people that are living in an unsafe and unhealthy environment. So I think that's in keeping with what we've been asking for, but certainly going through that consultation process, working with other service providers is all part of that. And that's the complaints I've been getting around the region, is always about, the unsafe and unhealthy situations. I just wanted to, with the actual recommendation, just put some timelines on it, that was all. Just if you could help me out with perhaps when we might be able to see the operational procedure and communication plan, what we're thinking.
Through the chair, through the mayor, it's a little bit of it's all relates to having the staff resourcing, and I may put some timelines on. It's a little bit difficult. There's a lot of work to go through, and I may I'd certainly like to request the CEO to give me some guidance there about timeframes. I'd like to say I will get. We'll be working on it as expediently as we can, because it does an urgent matter, but there are some resourcing issues around it, and I certainly would probably need some assistance.
Given the complexity of it, my thought would be if we can have it in place by 30 June, we'll be doing well. So it'll be by the end of the financial year, certainly, and then it can roll into the new financial year as to whatever framework we take.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the effort that's gone into this. I can really see the thought process, and I know it's not an easy subject to explore, so thank you. A couple of concerns I have. I know at the moment the challenges in our region from a housing point of view, and that they are real life challenges, and I know that there are good people working in our region who have good jobs, good contributing citizens who are really struggling to find housing. I am a little bit concerned about if we sort of hammer all of these different illegal structures at the same time, or if we try to go hard. There's simply not enough housing in our region to accommodate those people, even if they were to look at those options, which they're likely not to. But even if they were, I am worried that puts more pressure on our already buckling rental system, and I know our vacancy rates are below 1% here in the South Burnett. So I just wanted to have a bit of a conversation with you, because this is a bit of a bugbear of mine at the moment, and I guess our biggest, and I've heard Councillor Duff and other councillors refer to, and certainly seen it for myself, people living in tents is probably my biggest concern. And I also recognise that in your report you've identified that, I'd like to read to you on page 59, residents that illegally reside in tents, caravans, lean-tos and sheds are facing many social, health and wellbeing challenges. The provision of services to address these challenges is not core council business, nor are our compliance officers experienced in social work, mental first aid, etc. It's imperative that we connect with local service providers to enable referrals between residents and these agencies, organisations and groups. And to be honest, I know from the few agencies and supports available in the region, they're overwhelmed. I would like to seek some of their advice in terms of how we proceed with this before we actually develop a full procedure. I can see we've gone through the scenarios, we've gone through our options as a council in terms of what things we can do, what things are in our control. But I think from a community point of view, I'd actually like to understand how or if we may be able to partner with some of those supporting agencies, and what does referrals to them actually look like for our community, and will it create the outcomes that we're actually hoping for? In the recent Bundaberg Housing Forum that I attended, they actually talked about allowing, so for structures as such that don't meet building compliance standards, and at the moment noting the significant issues around housing and noting that they're going to get worse before they get better, key takeaway from that forum, they talked about giving residents who are living in these situations a grace period. So actually writing to the resident, if Councillor Jones is living in a shed, saying, hi Councillor Jones, this is your council, we understand you're living in a shed, that structure may not meet council's compliance requirements. To meet our compliance requirements, this would be what's involved. And we're going to give you 12 months to adhere to these requirements. You'll be contacted by us again in 12 months' time to see what you've done in that period. And then, I guess, after that grace period, if nothing has changed, then I guess we have to go through some of these processes where you are actually issuing compliance notices and things, and we're taking more stern action. But noting how significant of a problem this is in the region, I'm a little concerned about how we roll this out in the current environment. So they're my thoughts, councillors, and by all means I'd welcome yours, because I think it's important, noting how resource intensive this is, I think it's actually really important we give our staff some direction here as to what our council would actually like to see, and be mindful of what we can actually achieve in the current environment. So they're my thoughts, and if it's all right with you, Mr Mayor, I'd probably like to have a conversation with council about this. Is a matter we've talked about extensively in this chamber. I know we all have differing views, and I would like to understand exactly how are we in this current environment going to be able to make a change in this space and use our resources wisely, and certainly not set our poor compliance officers up for failure, because I've been out. I've met with residents living in sheds in my previous job, and I can tell you it is goddamn hard, very, very hard to look into the face of somebody who can't speak English or who has had serious mental health issues and to try to communicate a message to them. It is difficult. So I would like to have that conversation as a council.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. I think it is a very important conversation to have. You raised some really valid points there. Yeah, let's pursue that. Councillor Jones, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. And Councillor Shoemaker did touch on some very relevant points. I totally agree with education, communication, consultation, and that's about as far as I go. I will not endorse anything at this stage that has the words enforcement and prosecution on it, because Councillor Shoemaker has just alluded that our region and right across Queensland and Australia is suffering with very low rentals. There's people that can only basically afford what they're doing and how they're living in tents and all that sort of stuff. Mental health. We all talk about mental health in our community, in our region, right across Australia. I am not going to support anything that pushes somebody to the limit where they will consider or may commit suicide because they have nothing else better to do or can gain anything. So I am fully supportive of education, consultation and communication to a point where we try and work through with them, use the services that Councillor Shoemaker has alluded to. I think they have a significant role to play in this particular point. Council is certainly a supportive role. We need to do everything we possibly can for our residents in our region, but yeah, that's as far as I go. I will fully support all community organisations in our region. I will support education, communication, consultation, but I will not support and endorse anything that has the words prosecution or deterrent prosecution. Yeah, so that's my just my thoughts.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I actually 100% agree with that. I think that the education, communication, consultation is probably where it should end. But I do, and what Councillor Shoemaker was saying, I think up the top in the matrix where you've got a person living in a shed with no structural issues, even though it's not a non-compliant building, it's only education and communication. It's not actually anything beyond that. It's only the complaints that I get sometimes is that people are, their effluent is going into a water course and stuff like that, is where education, communication, consultation probably is, yeah, I don't know where that ends, but it's certainly about trying to educate them and help them and get some other service providers to work with them to try and get them into a situation that's not unsafe and unhealthy. But I agree just to take those, I'd take those words out as well.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Froloff.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I totally agree with Councillor Shoemaker as what she said, and I agree that I would not like for it to go any further with putting the hard hand on people, because, yeah, we do have a very short rental around here at the moment. We do have homeless. So, and with Councillor Shoemaker saying that we should be working with the other groups, I totally agree. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Froloff. Yeah, of the same mind, it's been a really good discussion around the importance of having that 12-month period, as Councillor Shoemaker's talked about, to be able to engage with these people, work through a process with them in consultation, collaboration with other agencies in that 12-month space. Manager, I guess my only concern would be, and I'm only playing devil's advocate here, is that if we do that for 12 months, but there's just not a willingness, we've got somebody living in a tent and they're using a bucket for sanitary purposes, and there's neighbours around there who aren't happy, and the person isn't expressing or showing any interest in working with the agencies or working with council to try and achieve a better outcome for them and their neighbourhood. Where do we go after that 12-month or 18-month period, I suppose? What do we then do in terms of enforcement? Or should we have some sort of a process that says, well, after that period of time, our officers can make an assessment as to that person or that situation, and then can take appropriate action? It might not be around necessary prosecution, but it might be around perhaps some sort of infringement to say that there is a I'm not sure what that would look like. Yeah. Councillor Shoemaker, your thoughts?
Yes, I have the same concerns. Whilst I agree, I think education and communication is in the first point very important. I'm also very mindful of what it says here on page 59 is the fact that our council staff aren't resourced and don't have the skills to work through some of these social challenges. And I do think that really what I would like to see before we go any further with this process is probably bring together a roundtable discussion with some of our key lead agencies and have this discussion with them. Because I don't think any of us have the answers. I'm very fortunate, I have to say. I've never had to live in a shed or a tent, and I'm very grateful for that. But I guess I would like to hear from the people who actually front up and face these things every day and hear what insights they have to offer in terms of how we approach this issue. Because I have had conversations with residents where, I know, for instance, in Banarkin town where my husband grew up and my mother-in-law lives, we've had very heated conversations around the dinner table about some of the people who've moved into their much-loved hometown and are living in containers and things and are contributing to more social issues in their community. And I certainly don't have the answers to that. But in contrast, I had a conversation just the other day with a resident who lives in my division, and I asked them, because there was a resident nearby living in a very much a lean-to structure, and I asked them, does that bother you? Is this a problem? What are your thoughts about that? You've built a beautiful big home here. You have to drive by that every day. Does that bother you? Is there any? No. The neighbour always waves to me, you know what, we have a good relationship, I'm willing to accept it. So I guess my point is that there are differing views about this, there are differing experiences, and I do think at some point though, in hearing you, if there are not sanitary options, if you are pouring effluent into your neighbour's property, then those neighbours do need their council to probably step up and to try to work with these agencies. But I would like to see us have a conversation with agencies, have a roundtable conversation, councillors, staff, and we invite those agencies in. And I would like to see us consider with them what a grace period would be and what are the highest priority needs in our region. So certainly living without sanitary facilities, living in a tent, living in a waterway, which I have seen for myself in parts of your division, Councillor Duff, those issues, they do need immediate attention. But some of these other issues, I think, where people are living happily in sheds where they have built themselves proper sanitary facilities, where, as Councillor Jones has articulated, they've got no other option. That's what their lives entail. I don't want to push those people. And you know what? If they're not impacting on their neighbours or their community and they're participating, I'm okay with that. So I think, yeah, there's not a one size fits all. And I guess as an option for this recommendation, I would like to have that roundtable conversation with service agency providers, and I would like us to consider with them what a 12-month grace period might look like, and then further to that, okay, when things get serious, when we're down that path and somebody hasn't made change and it is seriously impacting on the lives of everybody else in their neighbourhood, what is each party going to do? How do we navigate that? They're my thoughts, Mr. Mayor. So they're the things I'd probably be looking to put in a recommendation, and probably welcome councillors' thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. I think if I could just respond there, Linnell, I'm just wondering, listening to the councillor speak, whether we could just put something in as a proposal to consider. So where it says that the framework outlining this report be endorsed, could we perhaps change that to say that that the framework be further refined and that an operational procedure, communication plan and supporting material is developed to support the framework through a process of engagement via roundtable forums between council and social support agencies within our region, and that a report be brought to the May Standing Committee meeting as to progress made. Now, I've just put that there just as an option. Please feel free to tweak that, Committee, before we go to a motion. Any thoughts would be appreciated.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I totally agree with that. And none of our staff, our compliance officers and all that sort of stuff, they're not trained in this field to go out and do the stuff. We've got community organisations in our region that are experts and they're trained on it. I believe that in a 12-month period that we're talking possibly for a grace period, the hardest part for somebody that's doing it tough and struggling in life is to reach out. And if they've got somebody that wants to reach out to them and help them, I think that'll break down the barrier and you will be surprised at the results. So I really do endorse that we do work very closely and encourage our community organisations that are experts in the field to take the lead on this with our full support. We shouldn't be putting our staff in those positions because that's not what they were employed to do. They were employed to enforce rules and regulations and keep everybody compliant. So I totally agree with this. I really want to see it, and I think that we need to empower our community organisations in this particular point with the full support of council moving forward to reach out to these people. Yes, there will be some people that, you know, have their pride and they don't want to have help and, you know, they don't want to show any weakness, but these people are experts in breaking down those barriers. So I fully support this and I'd love to see it happen. Thank you.
Yeah, councils, any changes to that? I guess to speak to it, my intent is that we don't lock ourselves into setting a date to get this finalised. We just say, you know, come on, let's take 6 months. Let's engage with the agencies that are in this, that are experienced in this space, as Councillor Shoemaker has said. Let's take a very social view of this rather than an enforcement view, a social welfare view, and let's see where that lands in 6 months' time. Let's see where we're at come May, having done all that, and consider it. But I don't think there's something we want to rush into. We are dealing, as Councillor Jones has said, with people's lives here. We want to get it right. And then we can consider with the agencies things around 12-month grace periods, social support arrangements, perhaps partnerships with council where we've got a referral arrangement to agencies where we can refer people off. There's a lot of work to do to get the detail around that. So that's probably the intent of what I'm trying to say there. So, but as I said, yeah, feel free to make changes to that. Might not be exact, but I think, I mean, did you get the intent? What council is saying here is that we really want to take, you know, a very, very holistic view of this issue and give you time to facilitate those meetings between workshops, roundtables between council and the appropriate agencies. Let's collect all the information, get all the perspectives around the table out in the open and discuss before we start making assumptions about what will or won't work. All right. Well, I think it's probably the best we can do at this stage anyway. We can always refine that later. But so let's perhaps put that up. I'll move that. I'll seek a mover. Do we have a move for that? Have we moved? Yeah, Councillor Jones, second to Councillor Duff. Speakers for or against? No, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all, and thank you for the positive conversation. Thank you, councillors. Next one on the agenda is 9.1, and I'd now like to introduce Councillor Froloff to present her waste management portfolio report at page 64.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, waste. Local Government Illegal Dumping Partnership Program Round 2A. The Department of Environment and Sciences have invited South Burnett Regional Council to apply for funding under the Local Government Illegal Dumping Partnership Program in Round 2A. Round 2A is open only to those councils which were funded under Round 1 of the program. Applications are now open and close at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, the 14th of December 2021. And the Darling Downs and South West Regional Waste Management Strategy and Infrastructure Plan, Council has nominated the following councillors for the steering group and advisory group for the Darling Downs and South West Council of Mayors for the development of a regional waste management strategy and infrastructure plan. For the steering group, we have Councillor Kirsty Shoemaker, and the advisory group, myself, Councillor Ros Froloff. I would like my waste management portfolio to be accepted through council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Jones, thank you. Any questions or discussion in relation to the report? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Froloff. I did send an email out, I hope all councillors have seen it, just around some of the research I'd been doing around the Lockyer Valley FOGO trial, and very grateful for Manager Mike's feedback in relation to that. And I just think, you know, I see that we've applied for the Legal Dumping Partnerships Program, which is excellent. I know at the moment the recycling space and initiatives like FOGO, it's a fast moving space and there are government funds and grants and things available. I guess looking at the Lockyer Valley and some of the things they're doing there with their FOGO trials, and even just their waste videos and things, they've done a lot in that community awareness space. And I know that it takes money to do those things, so I'm very mindful of that. But I guess the option was there, maybe we could extend an invitation or extend an interest to Lockyer Valley and see if we might actually be able to go and have a look at this trial and understand a little bit firsthand from councillors' point of view, the work they're doing, the learnings that they have, and how we might be able to look to embed some of those in our own operations. So I guess that's something, I don't know whether I need a motion for that or whether that's just something council can take on notice. But into the new year, I think it's a great opportunity, and I would really like for all of us to have an opportunity to lean in and learn from our colleagues at the Lockyer Valley Council. That's my thoughts. Is that all right, CEO Mark? We just take that as a note and look to set something up in the new year. It'd be a day trip, so.
Could we leave that with you, Mr. CEO, to facilitate that after Christmas at some stage when convenient? Yeah. We'll probably do a bus trip down there and then we'll have a look at the facilities and do a road trip. Yeah, that sounds wonderful. Thank you. Okay, so we have a second.
Through the mayor,
Yes.
So,
Sorry.
through the
Yes.
mayor,
Thank you,
mayor and
Manager.
councillors, I'd just like to give a little bit of an update because I received an email late on Monday, and just had some news in relation to the Darling Downs Regional Waste Plan and the nomination of the steering committee. Unfortunately, they've advised me that Councillor Schumacher's nomination was unsuccessful. I'll just read from the email if that's okay. Apologise for that. That was subsequent to the report, however. There was very competitive. 8 nominations were received for the 3 positions. Due to the level of interest and in order to find the right balance between the various size and of the regions, representation of the steering group was agreed to increase the council representations to 4 positions. Successful nominations were Mayor Panisi from Southern Downs, Deputy Mayor Rob McKenzie from Gundawindi, Deputy Mayor Jeff McMullen from Maranoa, and Councillor Summersfield from Toowoomba Regional Council. So that's just an update on that matter. The update on the other issue that was in the report for Councillor Roz was in relation to the funding for the partnerships. I had some conversations with officers from the department, and they've indicated because our partnership program is very successful having regard to North Burnett and Cherbourg councils, that we would basically get funding for the next round, which is great. And I have an application on my desk at the moment to send off to be submitted by the 14th. One of the indications was that the funding would be for an officer for each council, North Burnett, Cherbourg and South Burnett, if the councils deemed that to be appropriate, with the caveat that the existing officer, Marina, would work in collaboration, training with those other officers. My conversations with the officers from the other councils is that they're indicating that they would prefer to get their own dedicated officer, so they most likely will apply for the funding as a independent officer for that council. That's just a bit of an update in relation to that. So on that basis, I just wanted council's views in relation to applying for this round of funding, that the first option would be that we apply for a dedicated officer for ourselves, with the caveat that officer would work across those other councils to provide assistance and communication within that waste group.
Yeah, thank you very much, Manager. Any feedback there in terms of that application? Is everyone reasonably comfortable with that approach? Yeah, okay, so I think that's good news and, yeah, support that. Thank you, yeah. Okay, well, there's no further. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, the next one is 9.2, Environment and Waste Services update at 65. Manager, would you mind giving us an overview of the report, and then we can go through the detail with the committee? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, yes, the update is in relation to undertakings through the Environment and Waste Services, with the stats in relation to levy payments. Just while I'm on the issue of levy payments, I might just indicate to Council that I've sought information regarding the levy, because there has been there's rumour around about what the government may do in relation to this, and I haven't, CEO may correct me if there's something happened just recently, but I understand there hasn't been any decisions or any communication. I do know that councils are working with the LGAQ in relation to this matter. With my colleagues in the industry, my contacts with colleagues in the industry who have colleagues in government areas have indicated that there may be, there possibly could be better news on the horizon, that the levy may be reduced by a small amount, or it may be extended. So there's nothing nothing in paper. It's just a communication between officers. So I just wanted to update council on that matter. It does have impacts on our operational budgets, of course, and what happens. So I'll be watching that space and advising council accordingly.
Yes, thank you, Manager. Any questions or observations there? Councillors? Not at this stage? No? Okay, well, thank you, Manager. So we have recommended that the report update, be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Froloff, seconder. Third, Councillor Jones, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.3, Waste Collection Services Contract Extension at 71. Thank you, Manager.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, the waste contract currently undertaken here at the South Burnett is a contract where we have a single bin system. The contract is due to expire in July 2022. I understand that council's had a previous report to council earlier in the year, and that report, there was some discussions, and that report laid on the table. The report was due to go back in August, and this is the follow-up from that, having regard to changes in staffing and so on. Basically, all the parameters have not changed, except for the moving areas in relation to waste, as Councillor previously indicated in relation to FOGO, and some of the add-ons to the report from earlier in the year. Council has conducted a waste audit as part of our due diligence in relation to operating our contract, and that indicated that there's approximately 64% of our waste in our curbside collection waste bins is either organic, compostable, or recyclable. So that's an interesting figure. It's fairly consistent with the state average. The organic compostable is a little bit lower actually, but it's fairly consistent with state averages, and hence the state government's indication that they're moving and with trials and funding to support the FOGO operation to reduce that organic waste from the landfills and increase the life of the landfills and reduce the carbon footprint in relation to waste management. I've had some contacts with industry persons in the industry in relation to the contracts, and the conclusion is that council would be best to adopt a wait and see attitude to extend for 1 year the development of a contract, whichever way we go. If we add recyclables, we add FOGO, whatever. However that looks in the future, will probably take some 6 to 9 months in relation to development and governance. And having regard to the fast-moving changes in waste in the industry, my recommendation is extend that for 1 year. The indication from council in previous meetings or previous reports is that they probably want to go back to council may wish to go back to the public to see their views on what the waste collection may look like in the South Burnett, and that extension also allows for that to happen if council so wishes, and that's my recommendation.
Thanks very much, Acting Manager. Keen to hear the thoughts of the committee in relation to that extension and its, I suppose, relationship with where we want to go in terms of the process of recycling. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes. You've mentioned a wait and see attitude, Manager Mike, and I guess I just want to understand. I'm going to be completely honest, I'm not supportive of this recommendation. And I want to understand if we extend the contract. I'm willing to sway my views, but I want to understand if we extend this contract with a wait and see attitude, because I've been waiting and seeing since I've been elected, and we knew this contract was up. And I remember having this conversation at my very first budget workshop in the supper room in April last year. I'm concerned that we're still having the same conversation and that we haven't learned anything new. And I mean this with the utmost respect, but in terms of if we extend the contract, because in the same instance, I'm very mindful we can't have people's wheelie bins sitting out on the footpath, you know, with no one to collect them. It's not easy, but I want to understand from a contract point of view, if we extend the contract, what actually are our options to vary that throughout that 12-month period as we have this wait and see conversation? Are we just going to continue doing the same thing we've always done for the next 12 months? And then will we be having the same, my concern is we'll be having the same conversation in July next year when we say, okay, so, you know, I want to understand from a contract point of view, if we agree, what are our provisions or what are the things that actually enable us to make change through that contract, or break that contract, walk away and go to a tender? Because, yeah, I've got many questions about this one. I would have expected we'd be actually investigating tendering options and costings and those sorts of things by this stage, not sort of taking, in my view, from what I've seen, and you know I'm more passionate about this, so I'm not going to rabbit on, but in my view, from what I've seen, I would have thought we would have been having more conversations about our options, and rather than sort of taking the view of extending what we've already got. So I would like to understand that contract obligation and how we actually adopt any change during that period. What's our plan?
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, Councillor, the contract can be varied by agreement. I have investigated the issue in relation to a variation to the contract to include recycling. However, with discussions with colleagues and officers who were here previously, the indication was that council was more supportive of getting a community view in relation to that. It does have cost implications for the community, and it does have cost implications for council's operational budgets. I can come back to council in a relatively short time, in the next month, with some costings in relation to if council had some desires which way they want to go. However, to vary the contract. However, there are issues that I've indicated there, and having discussions with the industry to not extend the contract for 1 year would put council under extreme pressure in relation to contractual obligations. If we went out to tender, there would be a lot of work to be developed in relation to that tender, having regard to the community and council's views about what the contract should look like. So that was my considered opinion. I can seek some costings through the existing contractor about if council decided tomorrow that they wanted to undertake recycling and have a second dedicated recycling bin, that could be amended into the contract and we could come back to with costings. But it does have a big impact, especially no notification to the ratepayer, but also the impact on our waste budget and council's financial sustainability. So because having regard, the contracts are normally lengthy agreements, and having regard to the operation of I had regard to the operation of the existing contractor, that the indication is that they've been very compliant, and the notifications of any non-compliances have been fairly low, having regard to the industry standards. So that was my considered opinion, but I'd open for questions, comments from councillors.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Fryloff.
Thank you, Mayor. I do understand where Councillor Shoemaker is coming from, but I do support this officer's recommendation because we did say that we wanted to get the community's voice out there for recycling. I just don't want to go and put it out there, and because we've done it once and a lot of people wanted it but weren't prepared to pay for it. Some wanted it, were prepared to pay for it, and then others didn't want it. So I still want that community engagement. We keep saying community engagement in this council chambers. So I would love to see that rolled out as soon as we can, beginning of the year, and we'll go from there, but I do support this recommendation.
Thank you, councillor. I'm going to be a little bit more firmer on this one. And please say that with all due respect, but how long are we going to keep mucking around with recycling in this region? We discussed this in our induction week, and we're now almost 2 years into our term, and that's no reflection on our organisation. But as a council, we have to decide: are we going to commit to recycling? Are we going to embark on a process that takes the community with us? I don't know how many communities don't have recycling, but look, 64% of our waste is potentially recyclable, of which 31% is potentially, a third is potentially organic compostable. Now, we don't know what's going to happen with the levy. There are cost implications for us to continue to tip waste into landfill. And so there is an economic factor to this in terms of our ongoing operational costs to council. There is also, the issues that we've got to consider in relation to signing up to a more sustainable future, not just financially, but in terms of the resources that we've got. And, I'm of the view, I'm also quite passionate about the fact that we need to start to get to a point where we've got some sort of understanding as to where we're going with this. Manager, thanks for the report, but I'm still not swayed on this. Another 12 months, is that going to inhibit our ability to be able to enter into recycling if we've locked into 12-month contract? Will it actually inhibit our ability to go out to other potential providers? I share the similar, actually quite strongly share the concerns that Councillor Shoemaker's raised. So I really think we need to have a serious look at this.
Through the Mayor, Mr. Chair, in relation to the extension from July to July in 2023, Council could undertake. There is an opportunity to undertake a media information in relation to what Council would desire to have in regard to recycling. If the survey or the indication from Council is that they want to go to recycling, the contract could be varied, and we could enter in, just continue the contract on a 1 year, or there's a 2-year option. Council, I just like to say, it's a 1 year plus one options in relation to the contract. However, the further it goes out, the more advantage I gather in relation to the contractor having a certainty of contract. Council could investigate the possibility of introducing a recycling bin into the first or second year of an extension. That is a possibility. That could be investigated. So it doesn't, extending the contract for 1 year does not preclude us amending the contract within that time frame, subject to negotiation with the contractor and all the legals involved around that.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Duff, then we'll come back to Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support Councillor Fryloff in this one. I think that this gives us some timelines. We can extend it out for the 12 months, as has been suggested in the officer's recommendation, but then we can use that time to actually get feedback from the community, because I do believe that we need to consult with the community on this. And as the manager has suggested, there is flexibility, so I'm 100% supportive of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Mr Mayor, look, I do not have all the information here to make a decision on this. I would like to see some of that work you've done in relation to the cost implications. And I would like to also understand, with the exceptional work that Cherbourg Aboriginal Council has done and the opportunity to partner with them in recycling into the future, which is a very real opportunity on our doorstep. And with the technology they've adopted and the conversations I've certainly had with people like Andrew Beckett, I know that's their vision and their view. And I would hate to see our neighbouring council continue to take waste from Gympie and not take our waste when we are here in the South Burnett. We've got an incredible facility there, and we need to investigate, in my opinion, what are our opportunities for partnering with that facility. And that could very well be, I'm mindful and open to options, working with our existing contractors to deliver on those things. And there may have already been conversations to that regard, but I'm just not willing. I know this is a risk for us. It's been a concern of mine for some time. I hold very strong views, and they are supported by people in our community who hold very strong views that are surveyed for our community to ask them if they would like to engage in recycling is a luxury and one that we cannot afford into the future. I believe in absolutely reusing and recycling and doing what we can to take care of the planet. And I know we have that waste levy hanging over our head. I am not prepared to actually make a decision on this. I would ask my colleagues that the matter lay on the table until further information can actually be received with that regard. So I'd like to suggest a procedural motion that the matter lay on the table until certainly we can receive some more information about these cost implications and the work that has happened behind the scenes that we're not aware of since our last conversations.
Thank you, councillor. So we had the procedural motion. Do we have a seconder for such? Seconder? Councillor Duff has seconded the procedural motion. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, so we have Councillor Duff, Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Otto in favour. Those against? Councillor Jones, Henshin and Froloff. I'm going to exercise the chair's casting vote here and declare that the procedural motion has been carried via the Mayor's casting vote. We'll look forward to that further information coming back in the new year if we could, please, so Council Committee can give proper and full consideration to the matter before making a decision. Thank you, Manager. Thank you all. Okay, let's now move on to 9.4, which is the commercial waste collection at Blackbutt. Now, that's at page 74. Thank you, Manager.
Yes, through the chair. Look, there was a question, has been some inquiries, well, one inquiry from my point of view in relation to waste management at Blackbutt, but there was put on the table in relation from council last meeting to report back about the possibility of converting Blackbutt transfer station into able with the ability to accept commercial waste. I have put a lot of information there in relation to the report. Again, I touch on the levy, the uncertainty around the levy requirements, and those that has a financial risk application. There are risks if council undertake works and provide a service that is not supported. From my investigations, I haven't been able to determine that the having a commercial transfer station converted into a commercial, the Blackbutt transfer station converted into a commercial acceptance of waste is warranted. There's no financial analysis with this. It was in relation to the timing, but it would be a cost, and I have indicated of the issues that would be required by the state government in relation to accepting the levy, how we would have to go about reorganising and retrofitting commercial bin at the Blackbutt facility, how we'd have to record data on the through the data software that is allocated through the state government or that is approved by the state government to get that information back to them in relation to the levy commitment. And then there'd be operational issues in relation to the collection of the waste. My investigations have revealed that there are commercial waste operator, at least one in the Blackbutt area, that provides an adequate service that businesses in that area that utilise, and without doing and I have not surveyed those businesses, but there is a service provided that I believe is adequate for the needs of that Blackbutt community. Also, council has in their, council be aware of in their, from a commercial point of view, we do provide commercial wheelie bin containers for commercial operators, and we have a reasonable cost there per collection through our waste contract, through the contractor, to pick up waste if they so elect, if the business so elect to have a commercial wheelie bin or a number of wheelie bins, they can have that service as well. So I have a recommendation there in relation to that, the matter. The waste data reporting requirements are fairly onerous. Just to elaborate, I might just digress one little bit. The state government, the Environment Protection Agency, had officers in the area yesterday, today and tomorrow surveying our landfills. And they're undertaking drone surveys of our landfills to determine the resource, our resourcing in relation to our stockpiles of resource material for recycling and so on. So there is quite a bit of governance and quite a bit of qualitative measurement about what we were doing in our waste space, because it is a legal requirement for us to provide that information. So they're surveying us and conducting an audit as we speak, and so have not had discussions with them in the implications of converting an existing transfer station into commercial, but there would be considerable cost. Yeah, that's...
Thank you very much, Manager. Okay, go around the table. Keen to hear from councillors on their thoughts in relation to this report. Councillor Jones.
Yep, we've had discussions with Acting Manager Mike and all that sort of stuff. I refer down to the bottom to the conclusion, the need for businesses to deposit commercial waste at Blackbutt Transfer Station is not considered to be warranted. And I take on board the comments that there's a service provider down there, all that sort of stuff. Skip bins, in relation to skip bins, we've spoken to a business down there. We've been on site. It's near impossible for JJ Richards to get into the back of that particular building and service that building unless they push it out onto the street. Then they're going to have all sorts of trouble in the main street and all that. So that's just one business there. The rest of them, they may be able to comply and all that sort of stuff. Then you've got your tradies, all that sort of stuff going out there doing jobs. A question for you, through you, Mayor, to Mike. If a tradie goes and does a handyman job on a resident, if the tradie takes that waste out to the dump, it's at a fee at $196 or something. What happens? What's the charge for a resident to take that same rubble? Is there a charge on that?
There's no charge for domestic waste delivered by the resident. There is the Blackbutt tip is adequately signed and identified that there's no commercial waste, so they'd be referred to the closest facility, which would be Nananga.
So if they go out there, and these are questions I probably should have asked you prior, but I've just thought of them. So if I'm in Blackbutt, I knock down a bit of a garden wall or something like that, I take those bricks out into that facility, I've got to pay $196 to dump that?
Not as a resident. So if you turn up as a resident in a car, ute or another vehicle as a resident, you can dump domestic waste. There's a definition, but in relation to commercial, if you're a commercial operator, then the facility does not accept commercial waste.
Okay, thank you. Very good. So I guess in hearing that, and look, Blackbutt's one of the fastest growing towns down there. We've got considerable amount of it's creating an issue, and I've highlighted this in meetings before, and it's going to go across the region. There'll be other areas that are, and we just had that last conversation on that item, and it wasn't that I was against leaving it on. I didn't get a chance to speak on that, but anyhow, well, when it comes back, I will. But yeah, I struggle with this one again. It states here, Mr. Mayor, we were talking about it in the COVID thing, for commercial waste, in effect, this requires council to collect the state waste levy for commercial operators on behalf of the state government. So again, we've been pushed out to do the job of things that have been enforced upon us from the state. And it makes it difficult. These people are out there trying to make a living, and obviously user pays, yep, know all that here, and I've used that term myself, but it does go, if I was a tradie, it certainly gets passed straight on to the resident. So there's a bit of a loophole there. We'll see how it pans out, but for Blackbutt, to expect residents to drive across to Nanango with commercial waste, pay $196 a cubic metre to dump it at Nanango, I just don't think we're looking after our residents. There's a substantial amount of people that live down in that southern end. It's a very fast-growing area, like the rest of the region, but Blackbutt is as good as any area in our region that is for growth and sales of land and houses. So I just want to highlight that. I'd like to see more work done there. I don't know the costings. You've highlighted that it's going to be a significant cost. It's a budgetary conversation, so maybe, I don't know, put it on the books, conversation around budgets and all that sort of stuff. I don't know where we go with it, but I don't think it's fair to our residents that these sort of issues are being forced upon them, and it's difficult. They're trying to make a living again. More business getting crucified because of the state government and what they're enforcing on us. So, yeah, we'll see where it goes in the future. But thanks for the report, Mike.
Manager, just a couple of questions. Number one, first question, is Proston classified as a town, not a village? And number two, is Blackbutt classified as a town, not a village? And number two, is Blackbutt the only town that doesn't have a waste facility? If indeed it is a town, is it the only town that doesn't have a waste facility in the South Bennett region? If someone else can perhaps answer that for me in the room.
Through the chair, through the mayor, I'm not across the classification of Blackbutt as a town or a village. Someone else more knowledgeable than myself might know.
Might rephrase that then. Would it be correct to say, please correct me if I'm wrong, fellow councillors, that Blackbutt is a town, not a village, and that it's the only town, the South Bennett, that doesn't have a proper waste facility for its commercial operators? For example, Wandai is a town of similar size and has a waste facility for its commercial operators. I'm just going to the point of fairness and consistency here. Now, yes, I'm very focused on this council being very diligent and very frugal with how we spend our money, but I would like to think that our philosophy is one around addressing our overheads, not reducing our services, in fact finding savings in overheads so we can give our ratepayers value for money and provide services. And I must admit, I do share Councillor Jones' concerns here, in all honesty, in all fairness, that the Blackbutt community is a growing community. We're doing up the main street. The commercial sector down there is growing, and it will grow. There's no doubt about it. It's the southern gateway to the region. It is going to grow. There's no doubt about that. And we will see more shops open up in Blackbutt, I believe, in time to come. I believe we need to prepare for that. And where many of these costs will be capitalised in the first instance, I would really like to think that we could get to a point where we can seriously consider doing something for the commercial operators of Blackbutt, because I understand that to drive all the way to Nango with a load of commercial waste, when you're a business, trying to run a small business, and then you have to pay to have it, as you would have to at Blackbutt anyway, but it's the travel, the inconvenience, the time, and there's the issue of fairness and consistency. So, look, I'm very supportive of what Councillor Jones is saying here. Anyway, keen to hear from others, other councillors, to what your views are. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was just of the opinion, led to believe that there was somebody that would take the commercial waste in Blackbutt that wasn't council. There was another operator, is that correct? Yeah, so is that not an option at this point?
Through the mayor, there is a commercial operator who provides skip bins for the Blackbutt community, business community, to provide the bins and collect the waste from the commercial sites.
Is that a viable thing though? I mean, is the expense in terms of the cost of that for operators to actually have that done on an individual basis? Because obviously, if not every business is doing it, the less businesses, the less volume, the more costly it's going to be to have a commercial operator service that community.
The costs are commercial in confidence, but the commercial business operating is the same business that operates the waste contract through council.
Okay. I'm keen to hear from other councillors on this. I'm probably not wanting just to drop this one and move on, because I really think we do need to address this and at least give some indication to, or some guidance to, our staff as to where we want to go with this coming into next year's budget, around capital allocation, if there's an appetite for council, around budgeting this into our OPEX costs, if that's the way we want to go. So, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. I do read here on page 76, it says allow commercial waste and outsource servicing. Second paragraph, commercial operators visiting would then be directed to the contractor provided bins that would be designated for commercial waste only, and operators would be charged council's applicable CI fee, currently $196 per square metre. I just wanted to understand, sorry, I've probably not fully understood that terminology. Is that in reference to the commercial operator that we're talking about that operates in the area, or is that actually around is that council if we make changes to our waste facility?
Through the mayor, councillor, that is in relation to having a commercial waste contractor under our commercial waste contract provide those bins subject to all the governance around the state providing those bins. That is the current rate we charge through the other waste facilities.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, certainly I recognise how quickly Blackbutt is changing and growing, and I certainly also recognise the incredible investment the Toowoomba Regional Council are actually putting into the Yarraman Waste Transfer Facility, which will, yes, while they won't be residents of the Toowoomba region, they will be residents in very close proximity who could, and I probably want to understand and ensure, but it would be my understanding that if you lived in Blackbutt, as I have done before, you certainly Blackbutt residents use the Yarraman Waste Facility. No, I would like to confirm that because they are putting significant capital investment, Toowoomba Regional Council, into the Yarraman facility, and it is only 15 minutes away, shorter depending on how fast you drive. So if that can be a question on notice, or if we can get some more information in relation to the Toowoomba Regional Council project for Yarraman and the opportunity even for residents to either use that service in our region, and certainly I recognise that coming at a cost no different to any of our facilities, but secondary to that, so yeah, can residents in Blackbutt use the Yarraman service? Because I imagine it's no different to a visiting contractor. You know, at the moment we've got contractors working in our region. No doubt they're not locals, but if they've got waste and they go to their local waste transfer facility, regardless of whose it is, they're paying a fee. So that's my intent to understand, yeah, can residents and commercial businesses in Blackbutt use the Yarraman service, and largely around when it is upgraded, Lynelle? Yeah. And my secondary question for that is, and I guess following that information, so if Toowoomba Regional Council's investing, you know, a Monza, and I forget the figures, but it is, I believe it is 6 figures, in the Yarraman facility, I probably would like to see our council explore options to partner in those facilities. So let's not replicate things. So if they're building something and there's an opportunity for the residents of Blackbutt to benefit, maybe there's opportunity to partner in that facility rather than replicating it. Because I absolutely agree. We need to make sure that businesses and residents of our region can live their lives to their full potential. But I'm also very mindful of our balance sheet, and I'm mindful that increasing the services will come at a cost. And when we already have, I forget how many, but an enormous number of waste transfer facilities across our region that we are struggling to fund operationally, I think we need to look a little bit outside the box here on this one. They're my thoughts for this point in time, so I'm not willing to make a decision on it. I'm not for or against it. Certainly I would consider it if I had more information around the costings and how we could potentially fund that. But I would, noting the announcements around Toowoomba Regional Council and the massive investment they're putting into the Yarraman facility, would like to understand if we can partner in that potentially.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor, and don't disagree with Councillor Shoemaker's question on notice, if it was possible, but I can just give you a little bit of insight already that there has been one business that was doing that, taken it to Yarraman, and once they found out they were a Blackbutt resident, Blackbutt commercial business, they were stopped immediately and no longer allowed to dump rubbish there unless they paid full costs. So there was no advantage. They were pretty much, and Manager Mike there nodding, so he knows exactly what I'm speaking about. And so they were stopped immediately, and that wasn't so. Whether or not the upgrade and the question that you have on notice, fully support that. Happy to have that information, but I would like to see that maybe I can move a procedural motion that we continue to have this discussion and maybe get some costings around it into the future, just for further information, as Councillor Shoemaker indicated, a bit more information, a bit more clarity around the costings and whatnot, because it is a problem and it's going to be. Blackbutt's one of the 5 major towns identified in our South Bennett region. Wondai, Mergen, Menango, Kingaroy, Blackbutt. So Blackbutt's the only one without a commercial dumping situation. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr CEO.
Mr Mayor, would you just, Council receives a note the content of the report and refers capital and operation considerations to the budget committees.
Thank you, Mr CEO. And
Capital and operational considerations to the budget committees, to the budget committee.
thank you, Mr CEO. We'll come back to that. We'll go to Councillor Shoemaker first. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I just had a question for Councillor Jones, just in relation to that scenario you shared where the commercial business was using the Yarraman service. Was there had you or anybody made contact with Toowoomba Regional Council or any of their councillors to advocate for that? No. So yeah, I do think there is, an opportunity, certainly in meeting Mayor Paul Antonio and from the LGAQ conference that we recently attended, partnerships and collaborations in local governments are going to become more and more important, particularly as we all struggle to balance the budget. I guess I just ask Council. I do agree with the costs and things coming back. Certainly agree with the approach that Blackbutt is a town and it's my hometown. I love the place, but I would like to explore what other opportunities there may be and maybe turn this problem on its head a little bit, because I'm very mindful we need to get the best value out of every ratepayer dollar. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. This could certainly open up a very interesting and potentially valuable conversation to start having with the fellow councillors. If we start to look at the long-term issues with the Mergen facility, for example, what Gympie are doing around Kilkeevan and Gameri, which is close to Mergen, maybe this could open up a broader conversation that we need to have with our neighbouring councils around is there scope to work together, particularly where we've got the burden of this waste levy fee potentially coming on us without any compensation from government. So why don't we use this as an opportunity to open up that dialogue? Yeah. So having said that, I think we've reached a good place here. We've got a good recommendation there, well, I just wanted to so the questions will certainly address the collaboration Toowoomba, won't they, there with Yarraman, Councillor Shoemaker. So if you're comfortable with that, having those as questions on notice.
Yes, well, I think it'll give us some information to decide whether it's actually worth picking up the phone and having a conversation with some of our fellow councillors over there. If the answer is no, and that's at an officer level. Respectfully, I probably wouldn't accept that until we'd actually had a conversation with our fellow councillor colleagues in that area. So it'd be interesting to to unpack, see if they're receptive of it. And I certainly think collaboration will be key.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so just there, Manager, what we were saying is that let's get the officers' clarity on that and what's the position currently as Blackbutt residents stand, and then let's see where we go from that in terms of further conversations with our fellow councils at Toowoomba and perhaps other regions. Okay. Councillor Jones has moved that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 9.5 is amendment to asbestos disposal fees at the Kingaroy Waste Facility to comply with the state government requirements. That is at page 78. Thank you, Manager.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is further in relation to waste. It's a further indication that the state government has the regime in relation to checking council's compliance in relation to weighing waste, having regard to the conditions of the waste levy, and it was indicated, it was identified by the state government that we were charging a per cubic metre rather than a tonnage weight, which we have to weigh our waste over the weigh facilities. They've indicated that that needs to change. The report is just changing that, seeking to change that our disposal of regulated waste fees for asbestos from a cubic metre to a tonnage weight. The state government had some criteria around deeming in relation to bins and so on, with the volume of bins and so on, and they do have a very complicated procedure. But in relation to waste going through our waste facility, we must weigh it, and we must record that weight, having regard to the identified description of that weight that's going through. So the recommendation is there is to just simply change that disposal fee to a tonnage fee to circumvent any other issues coming from compliance.
Thank you, Manager. So the assessment of the rate to be applied is based on the square meterage, less than or greater than 10 square metres, but the actual fee would apply to the weight that goes across the weighbridge as such. Yeah, okay, so two processes there. Are you comfortable that, I mean, we've just had that situation where I think we've got a fairly big bill for a clean-up down around Blackbutt somewhere for, probably goes back historically a long way, but I note in the report that the discount provided to the smaller loads is there to encourage residents to dispose of their asbestos responsibly. Are you comfortable that $100.50, council's obviously incurring the cost, the balance of the cost there, are you comfortable that that provides, it's an open question, are you comfortable it provides sufficient incentive for residents to not do what we've seen happen in the gully at Blackbutt?
Through the Mayor, I am comfortable with that analysis. I had some. This report basically was presented to me through the former coordinator of waste management. It had some lengthy discussions with officers from DES, Department of Environment Sciences, and the criteria there in relation to the less than 10 square metres relates to the regulation. So if it's less than 10 square metres, it can be deemed to be, if it comes out of a domestic residence, as domestic waste, and it's not a commercial component. So that comes out directly out of the regulation, and I'm quite confident that we're covering our costs in relation to that.
Thank you. And maybe just a matter for, I suppose, other councillors to share their views on that, but Yeah, let's open up the conversation to others, other councillors. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, no, very, very comfortable, Mr Mayor, with the recommendation that's put up. I'm sure that the staff have done the work and it just falls into line with everything else that is required, so I'm fully supportive of what's there in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schumacher.
I just wanted to check with that commercial asbestos disposal charge. Is that, it says it's required to be at least equal to the commercial and industrial waste disposal charge, otherwise there'd be a potential for C&I waste to be passed off as asbestos waste to incur a lower fee. I just didn't fully understand what that meant. I'm sorry. And I just wanted to understand from a calculating point of view with fees and charges, certainly learned some valuable lessons. Just is this around, has this fee been sort of modelled around cost recovery or are we sort of, is this a fee that the department sort of said this is what it costs in relation to the waste management levy? I don't fully understand. I'm not sure I've been clear in my question, but that's sort of my random thinking about this one.
Through the chair, yes, councillor. The modelling of our costs is through council's own determination in relation to costs. The issue, the matter you alluded to, which is a very pertinent point in relation to having the costs comparative, it was just an indication that if you have one type of waste commercially at a lower figure, you would encourage people to identify that waste differently to get that lower figure. That was, the indication was there, just to clarify that point to prevent that sort of matter happening. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Manager. Any further questions, observations? Okay, so we have the recommendation there that Council, that Southern Regional Council, Committee recommends to Council that Council amend its 21-22 register of fees and charges to include less than 10 square metres of domestic self-haulage of asbestos to $100.50 per tonne. Greater than 10 square metres of domestic self-haulage of asbestos, $196 per tonne. Do we have a mover? Councillor Froloff, seconder. Councillor Henson. Let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Item 10.1 is the Rural Resilience, Parks and Gardens, Property Facility Management and Indigenous Affairs Portfolio Report, and I'll now invite Councillor Duff. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So the first item is Parks and Gardens. Parks and Gardens crew are busily trying to keep on top of the mowing in and around our towns. This has been made extremely difficult with the constant rain we are receiving with very limited number of days of sunny weather. Therefore, I am asking residents and fellow councillors to have some leniency, as even when the sun starts shining again, some areas are that saturated it will take some time to dry out prior to equipment being able to get onto the surface. The rain has, however, lifted the spirits of our community and given our rural community a much needed lift. The summer season is looking promising. Christmas tree installation and street decoration has commenced around the region with Wandai, Proston and Mergen trees up and looking great. The Kingaroy forecourt has also been decorated with small Christmas trees and lights. Council staff are working hard to resurrect the large Christmas tree normally housed on the Glennon Street roundabout, and due to the KTP project, a new home was needed to be found. The tree will be erected in front of the Kingaroy Administration Building. Footing designs have been received and staff have engaged contractors to undertake the building and installation of the footings. Once cured, council staff will assemble the Christmas tree and decorate. This has not been an easy feat, but staff are trying their hardest to ensure it's up as soon as safely possible. General garden and cemetery maintenance are continuing throughout the region. Aerodromes, Council held an information session on the 4th of November at the Kingaroy Aerodrome on the proposed animal-proof fence. The general response was very supportive, and I'm pleased to report that only minor suggestions and all comments were made that don't impact or significantly change the project. A summary of the changes are as follows. Fence line along Kingaroy-Kuya Road to be offset from property boundary by approximately 5 metres, owing to the number of trees needing to be removed and the cost involved, and the existence of Telstra cabling, which is a risk and cost to deal with if damaged. Plastic poly material to be installed across top of fence at the end of the runway. 0523 cross strip. This helps deal with tug, tow, rope for glider operations. Minor changes to gate locations for Kingaroy Vintage Machinery Club to allow access to least cultivated areas. Council staff are now in the process of preparing requests for quotations to undertake this project. Weekly safety inspections are continuing at Kingaroy and Wandai aerodromes. The dams are continuing to rise following the fantastic falls in the catchment areas prior to the rain event. BP Dam was only 6.2% and Madooma Dam was 24.6% at the time of writing this report, the 3rd of December. The dams were sitting at 81.5% for BP and Madooma at 94.3%. Good flows are still heading to the dams. I know that Madooma's actually flowed over, which is good. Signage is now completed at both dams following the installation of the entrance signs. They look so good and the positive feedback is overwhelming. The dams will now be a hive of activity over the Christmas, New Year, holiday season with all water sports returning and their area looking so green. Property and Facility Management. Councillor Potter, Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Jones participated in the community consultation morning at Walter Road Park on Saturday the 27th of November. I also apology to that one because that's when we had our 100 years of Di celebration. This event was well attended with 7 local residents participating in discussions with councillors and staff on the use of the park and future proposals. Local residents shared stories about the local history, wildlife and stormwater drainage from Harris Road. The wider community can also provide comment by completing a feedback form that can be found on council's website. A report will be prepared in the new year and brought back to council in February. Council has re-advertised the tender for management and operation of Wandai Swimming Pool. No tenders were received. Council has received inquiries from interested persons and follow-up site meetings have occurred. Council continues to work with the community to find suitably qualified pool operators for Proston and Wandai. Contractors commenced refurbishment of Southburn Aquatic Centre bathrooms on the 7th of December. Council apologises for the inconvenience during this period. All Southburn Aquatic Swimming Pool users that own a Vista Pass or seasonal pass can also use their pass at Kingaroy Swimming Pool. Kingaroy Administration Building new air conditioning unit has been installed. Internal painting and installation of LED lights has been completed. Staff will relocate back into the Kingaroy Admin Office during the end of December and January. This project has been completed on time and within budget. Council insurance has been approved for the replacement of electricity poles and wiring at the Mergen Showgrounds. The poles and wiring came down during a severe storm event in November. Mergen Show Society and Mergen Sports Association has worked with Council to relocate new poles in a better location for future infrastructure. Council has called for tenders on the sale of 14 Earl Street, Memorandum. Tenders closed on the 15th of December. And finally, with rural resilience, whilst the recent flooding has created issues across our road network, the widespread rain received across the region has been fantastic and a real game changer for our rural community. It is great to see dams full, feed everywhere and moisture back in the soil. I'd like to move my report. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Okay, questions or observations in relation to the report? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And I'd just like to make note that over the past week I've received numerous phone calls in relation to our dams and the waters running into them, and I know I brought this up at a previous meeting and probably a month ago in relation to when Councillor Duff report came with the dams and that with damage that was being reported because of the low water levels in the dam. The question now with the phone calls I'm receiving from people is just how much debris there is on the dam. And look, and I know our dam managers, and I'm sure most of our people that attend these dams are very diligent, but I can't express enough that, you know, the people be careful out there on their jet skis or boats or skis or whatever, because there is debris out there. It's certainly not as noticeable in previous times. By the landowners that front the dam have made the comment that there hasn't been the debris they expected, but mind you, there is debris there. So I'd just like to bring that to everybody's attention, and yeah, by all means, implement safety out there. Absolutely sensational to see those dams full. Probably the biggest disconcerting thing about it is our campground area is probably diminished by about 200%. And there's not a lot of room out there, but it's absolutely sensational. I've spent a lot of time driving the roads and the creeks and the tributaries that go there, and was there when the dam ran over. You don't see a lot. There's a little bit of water running over there, but water is continuing to flow down all our rivers and creeks from the headwaters, which is a wonderful thing that will continue to make its way down to the Boondoomba Dam. So I just urge all holiday makers over the Christmas period to show caution with that debris on our water storages. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, thank you. I just, two observations. Firstly, well done to the team on the Kingaroy Administration Building, aircon, internal painting and the works that's happened there. To read the words that it's completed on time and within budget is excellent. And also just recognising how much work's really gone into that project in terms of having to move the staff out. And for the community, I know certainly spending money on council-owned and operated facilities is never anything that any ratepayer looks at favourably. But I was very interested to learn that we sweated the Kingaroy, the Nanango air conditioning system to the point where it was almost catching on fire. So I know the Kingaroy air conditioning system wasn't too far off of that, and certainly just want to recognise that, you know, for our community, it's not like these money is spent easily, and certainly the team work very hard to try to save and sweat assets for as long as they can. So I think it's wonderful to have a fresh new environment for our team to work in, and that's really important when it comes to organisational culture and certainly team morale. So it will be nice to have everybody back in the building. It's been quite quiet in here without you. I also just wanted to thank and acknowledge certainly CEO Mark, but Manager Leanne and Beck for joining us on that Saturday morning in Walter Road, you know, to give up your Saturday morning to be part of those discussions about the park. Really do appreciate that above and beyond kind of support that you provide council. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Further councillors? Okay, well, we have the matter there. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.2 is the Parks and Gardens update. That's at page 84. We had our manager here. Councillors, it's as presented. Do we have any questions or matters to raise? Thank you, Councillor Dave.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to find out about the rail trail. I know there's been significant damage along the rail trail, and I've had complaints from ratepayers and people wanting to participate in the park run in Wandai. Just wondering what's happening with, are we able to do emergent works on the rail trail and potentially get some flood damage further down the track, or what's happening with that?
I can go first if you want to add, and acting manager, general manager Jed. The rail trail, there is significant damage to the trail. It's not advised to put heavy vehicles on it at the minute because we'll do more damage to the asset than what's already there. We've got the we've had assessors up, infrastructure's had assessors up with regards to the recent rain event since last Tuesday, easily. So we're pretty clear onto that. I believe, and I haven't seen the letter, but we've got a declaration for the event. So we're in full skip looking at all the road and infrastructure damage we have. The rail trail will be assessed in that. It is, it's unlikely it'll be eligible for funding because most of the recreational facilities has been taken out of the funding. It's for essential infrastructure such as roads only. But anyway, we'll still assess it and put it through the hoops and see what we can get. Repairs will be undertaken in the first instance just to make it safe and trafficable. That's the first stage, so for pedestrian or bike wear. But that won't happen until it dries out enough, until we can get equipment on it and the assessment's been undertaken. Now, that will happen as quickly as possible. But with the request, can we have it for the park run for this week or last week, that may not be possible until it dries out enough. And so I'm not sure, Jed, if there's anything else, but yeah, it's certainly high on the priority list, Council, and it's being done as quickly as possible, but it won't be just touched until we can safely do it.
Thank you for the update.
Mr. CEO, just in light of the rail trail then, seems unlikely it would get funded as part of that key transport infrastructure. That being the case, would we be in a position to know what the cost of that works would be to consider it as part of the CapEx deliberations for 22-23?
I would certainly hope so, Mayor. There'll be an assessment done on it, the same as the road, as far as an understanding of what it will cost to repair. If it isn't eligible, as I said, I don't want to sound pessimistic. We'll certainly give everything a try to see what we can, but prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So if it isn't eligible, there'll be an assessment on what works needs to be done to it. There might also be a timely, given some of the seal that's been on it previously, there may be an option to have a look at how that seal goes down and when we do it. So it's, I won't say more, any of these rain events, as we can see, depending on the nature of them, can do untold damage in the various circumstances they are. But yeah, absolutely, would certainly like to have there's already a number sort of kicking around as to which I won't mention today because I just don't know the accuracy of it, but it's a fairly significant cost to refix or rebuild.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Further speakers, further councillors before we go to the motion on this one? So we have the recommendation that the report be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, second, Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. 10.3, Properties Operational Update at 89. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, all of our capital works projects you can see they're on track or near completion, so they're travelling quite well. We will start works on the investigations into Wandai swimming pool, Building Better Regions project in the new year, so we'll commence that project after Christmas, and also keen to start looking at some of the design and costs around Mergen PCYC bathrooms. The squash courts upgrade there is going out for tender in January, so that's on track. And then there's just a list of all of the maintenance that is occurring throughout the region on a lot of the buildings there for council's consideration. We also have received some flood damage up at Wandai Sports Ground there with the external fence for the sports facility, and also some damage through the actual grandstand building as well. So, but you know, it is in a floodplain, and we just need to remember that sports facility is built there in the floodplain, and we're in discussions with the Wandai Football Club, just in terms of trying to rectify some of the drainage maybe around that facility. So in the future, there's not as much water damage around the back of the grandstand, but you know, it is a difficult site to achieve that when it's so close to a major drain. And then there's just an update there for councillors on all the leasing, backwards and forwards with a lot of community groups, and the land sales update as well. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with the Wandai Football Club, in terms of the lease, you're saying that they're responsible for the internal road damage. I was of the belief that that we were working with them, and council was probably going to assist with that. From page 92, the bottom there, you've just got internal road damage is responsibility of the football club.
That's right. So under the terms of the lease, that's what it says under the terms of the lease. But we'll certainly work through with the committee and try to work out with them, because there's some historical issues there with drainage. So, you know, the terms of the lease is really about, you know, if there's a pothole, and we would make it their responsibility to help maintain potholes and some of that. But this is flood damage, so we really just need to work with the group and try to get a good outcome for us and for them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Anything further, councillors? We have a recommendation that the update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second, Councillor Froloff. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 10.4, update on the cleaning of CBDs at 95. Okay, who's going to take this one? We have the report as presented, councillors. I might just open it up to the floor. Councillors, have you got any questions or observations in relation to that report? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I believe that Councillor Jones and I are on a committee to meet and set service standards. And I'd just like to, if I could, move that, is it okay if I move that a meeting of the working group be convened in January 2022 and a report be brought back to the February Standing Committee meeting?
Yeah, so we'll just get this report, which is a response question resolved first, Councillor, and then we can come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if there's no further questions, we've got the recommendation there that the response to the question regarding cleaning of CBDs raised by Councillor Schumacher be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Froloff, seconder. Councillor Jones. Speakers? If not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that Councillor Jones, that a meeting of the working group be convened in January, that a meeting of the working group be convened in January 2022 and a report be brought back to the February Standing Committee meeting with recommended service standards.
Okay, Mr. CEO, so can that go through here? Does that need to be a recommendation to council?
Mr. Mayor, I would say it as just a report, well, not just a report, but a report back. So we'll just go and have the meeting and get the group together and then bring the report back.
Thank you. I suppose, yes, so Councillor Duff, you've got that there. So we'll seek a seconder for that. Have a seconder? Councillor Schumacher, thank you. Councillor Duff.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to fast track it so that we have got all that information in place prior to the budget deliberations. And I think that, the working group has been established for some time, and Councillor Jones and I have not been part of that. And I'd like to see that happen, and we start to work towards getting those service standards endorsed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions? Councillor Schumacher.
Yes, certainly. I think the conversations about the service standards in the lead up to the budget will be important. It just, I guess, is part of those conversations and things, and I'm not sure if it will be something that we'll be able to deliver on by the February meeting, but I probably do want to do some of that deeper dive investigation around the costs of the different methods and what is our best approach forward. So I imagine those conversations will be happening in your working group. I think that was the intent of council, but yeah, just in terms of the information that's brought back, I guess that's what I'm looking to see. If we're looking to increase or set a service standard in this coming budget, really understanding the costs and the implications, who's going to pay, who's responsible for what, I think will be important, and I hope they're outcomes of the conversations that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, do you want to add something to that so that when they go away, staff will have clear indication of that's what we're looking for, and they'll have time to bring that information, costing some rough ideas, so that we can have that conversation rather than go to the meeting in January and then just throw it on the staff? Can we give them some sort of an indication through that resolution?
Just thinking, add in relation to costing. Yeah. And estimated costings. Comfortable with that, Councillor Duff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Schumacher's got that covered there, so thank you. Well, let's go to the vote on this one. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all.
Mr. Mayor, I
yes.
know you're trying to push us through, which is important. However, feeling the mood of the chamber, I'd like to move a motion that we adjourn for a break.
Thank you very much, Councillor Schumacher. Councillor Hetchett, as always, is happy to second. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you. Okay, welcome back all. Now I'd like to move that we resume the committee meeting, 2:14 p.m. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Next item is 10.5, which is update on security and additional CCTV, and that's at 97. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Council, a little while ago, Council asked us to go back in, I think it was August, at a Council general meeting. We were requested to go away and do some research on some additional CCTV cameras for the rail trail. They're at the entry point of the rail trail from the Youngman Street entrance and also down at Mears Road intersection. At the same time, we've also done some further investigations into the CCTV cameras at Kingaroy Memorial Park and also River Road. So there's two parks here in Kingaroy that currently have non-operational CCTV, and we've had numerous requests throughout the year from Queensland Police Service requesting footage from those cameras, but unfortunately they're at their use-by date and are non-operational. So we've gone out to quotation and did some thorough investigation on where best these CCTV cameras would be located across the rail trail and also within those parks. And also our Glendon Street amenities here in Kingaroy and around the IT building is a high zone where we get a lot of requests from Queensland Police and quite a fair bit of vandalism in and around our Glendon Street toilets. So from a property point of view, we would certainly recommend picking up those two facilities as well. The cameras that and the system that we have in place is the same system that we have throughout the forecourt, throughout the Kingaroy office and around the external perimeters of the Kingaroy office, the library and the town hall. We have also been in consultation with the KTP project team as well, knowing that there's going to be further CCTV cameras in that project, and just making sure that we're not duplicating in some of those zones as well. The cameras for the forecourt perimeter really only go to the footpath. They do not go out onto the road. The cameras are really just in this zone. So there's certainly space out there on the road that doesn't, is not covered by these cameras. So that's why we wanted to really check with the KTP project. So, councillors, we have prepared a report. We've put a description there of the cameras. I have got maps and details which we're happy to share with you. Probably not so much in the report, but yes, we can share that. The estimated cost or the quotation for all of those cameras for installation for all of those premises would come to the total of $90,000. So we were requesting for council to consider using some of the unallocated capital works money that we have in our capital works budget to put towards those costs, and we could have those works completed by June 2022.
Thank you, Manager. Any discussion points there? Councillors? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on the Mears Road one, I know that we moved that back in August, so is that going to be done as one of the first projects? Because I know there was concern around that one.
We could definitely prioritise it that way, yes, for sure.
Thank you. And the other one was I spoke to General Manager Meehan, and I know he was of the he expressed to me that by Christmas he would have something in place around whether council was in a position to maintain all of the cameras, the CCTV cameras across the region. He would have something in place before Christmas. I know he's not here, but just wondering what's the way forward with that, because the Mergen Business Association have been waiting to hear back. I know the police are waiting to hear back. There's issues with the cameras there. I know other towns are going to struggle. Wandai, Nanango struggling to maintain the CCTV cameras, and as part of the KTP project, we put the cameras in, and the expectation was that we would consider taking them on across our region all cameras in every town, just the maintenance. So I just wanted to know what's happening there.
Jed, I can certainly help answering that question. Where property is assisting in developing a security report, a CCTV report for the entire region, and that's where we've started to really pick up some holes in our own security system that we already should have in place in our parks, and that's where we found out that our own infrastructure is not getting replaced and renewed and monitored adequately. So that's why we decided to fast track some of these other facilities and bring that forward with the Mears Road and the rail trail information. But at the same time, we've started drafting a report on all CCTV cameras across the region. The difficulty is that those systems are all independent. They're all different cameras. It's going to take us a little bit of time to work with those groups and get all the details about the cameras in terms of their description and the ability of what they do, their warranties, how long are they going to last for, how available are the parts for the different cameras as well. And the technology in that space is advancing so quickly in the facial recognition and the resolution of those cameras. I mean, we'll install this lot and, in 6 months' time, there'll be something even better on the market. So the problem we're going to have is, yes, you are going to find that some of that stuff that's out there that has been installed there is better items on the market that could replace and probably do a better job. So certainly we'll continue to collate all that information and bring that back to council for consideration. But even ourselves, there's huge cost in managing the maintenance, servicing them, ensuring that these items continue to work. There's no point having them in place if they go out of action and then they're not available for the community to access the footage. So there is going to be a cost, and also you've got that administration cost here in-house, to process that data. The other item, I suppose, is the storage. There is quite strict requirements around the storage of the data and how we actually ensure that information is kept private and confidential, and we meet all of our legislative requirements. So yes, we can investigate, but they're the sorts of things we want to bring back and make sure council's fully aware of the implications if we were going to manage all of CCTV across the region, what sort of cost that's going to be involved in that. And appreciate the systems are all different out there at the moment, and you'll try to keep those systems, but then you're going to have to update them going forward.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to know, is that something that we could have prior to the next year's budget, so that we had something if we wanted to consider funding those the maintenance costs of the cameras across the region, that we could have something in place so we had some idea of the costs? So, yep.
Yep, we'll try to definitely work towards that. As I said, our priority's been just trying to identify our stuff and get our own things up and operational going. But yes, it would be great to have that report back and costed so council could consider that for the next budget. So we'll certainly keep working on that.
Yeah, thank you, Manager. Manager, just in terms of that CCTV report and the work you're doing there, would the scope of that also enable consideration to locations that are other hotspots that we perhaps see value in putting? I'm just thinking of areas like Apex Park Lookout. We're always getting damage to our signage up there, et cetera, et cetera. Would those sorts of issues be able to be looked at as part of that report?
Yeah, what we'd like to do is actually, first of all, was really about collating what we've all got out there. Getting an operational, I thought, was a priority. There's no point having it there without it being operational. But we certainly need to have some future meetings with Queensland Police and some other stakeholders, just in terms of identifying those hotspots. The other thing we're talking to our security firms about is having some mobile cameras. So it could be that as crime moves around, and it does not stay in one park, as we're all aware, or one set of toilets. But yeah, what is the availability of the cameras actually being able to be moved? And certainly the ones that we've got in mind for the rail trail is being able to actually relocate them up and down the rail trail. Now, The difficulty with that is that you've got to have that line of sight, back to a source. So, we need to make sure that that's in place, and we're going to do that at Mount Warrulan. So anywhere you want to move those cameras, because, crime could change its location along there, and we want to be able to make sure that we are able to move those cameras, because at this stage you're certainly not in a financial position to actually have the whole trail under surveillance. So, you want to have something that's movable. And maybe that's what we do with some other cameras, Mr Mayor, is that you have something available that can be moved around to areas that are causing concern at a certain point in time, and maybe across different towns as well. So, but it is that line of sight back to getting the data and the information back into our storage system here in council.
Thank you, Benja. That sounds really really encouraging, actually, the progress you're making there. Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I fully agree. I think that sounds like a really smart approach with the cameras that we can put in targeted areas as crime does move around the region. Really pleased to see the report and see the work that's gone into this. I guess my only question for you, I note the recommendation is to consider it in the second quarter budget review. I guess I just wanted to confirm when that review was taking place. To be honest, if we have got unallocated capital works funds available, I probably don't want to see us delay any longer with this project, and would be happy to nominate those funds so the team can action it.
January ordinary. The second quarter review is being prepped at the minute, and it will be at the January ordinary.
Okay.
And then works will be completed by the end of the financial year.
So there won't be much to be gained by fast tracking it. No, in that case, no, happy supportive of the recommendation. Look forward to the review. Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. So we have the recommendation there as presented. Do we have a mover for such? Councillor Shoemaker, second to Councillor Duff. Okay, no further speakers. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor.
Oh yes, Councillor Duff. Sorry.
Would I be able to move that a report be brought back to, say, the March or April Standing Committee with a view to the report be brought back to the April Standing Committee? With the estimated cost of funding the maintenance of the CCTV cameras in all of the towns across our region.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Seconder for that? Councillor Jones? Okay, speakers for or against? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, next one is 10.6 Kingaroy Aerodrome Master Plan at page 100. Mr CEO, who's going to lead us through this one?
Either or. It's acknowledge the manager and the work that she's done in this space. Councillors, with regard to the recommendation, there's certainly, if I speak about the position, and without stealing Manager Leanne's thunder, the one of the better tenders was the more expensive one, and given certainly Council's statements in the past as far as a policy position of looking at what we could do, we could engage a staff member for the 2 years. Now, the position hasn't been engaged yet, and it would certainly depend on where we go with the budget in this next couple of months. But if we establish it, it certainly would tick a lot of boxes, particularly with the consultation with the users of the aerodromes. If they had that one central point of contact, I'm choosing my words, but the relationship on sometimes with the users has been strained, and it's been a communication issue fundamentally on many occasions. We've been spending a fair degree of time and energy on the recent consultation at Kingaroy Aerodrome in regards to the fence. I think is a really good example, as if there's a point of contact and they've got someone to talk to and we can work through the issues, as well as we've got the other aerodromes across the region. It's certainly, rather than throwing some money out there and getting a master plan, which would no doubt be a very good master plan, the presentations and the tenders were very good. But it's something we could do. We could develop the capacity in-house, 2-year fixed position, which would cover roughly the same amount of money we would have poured into the master plan. Purchase the technical components that there would be technical components, the mapping, the overlays, that we don't have the internal capacity to develop or do. There is quite specialist aspects with this, but go around, and I think it would be organisationally and community outcome. It would be a far better role. Now, as I said, we haven't, whilst looking to establish an officer's position, we haven't funded it or engaged or advertised or anything like that. It's certainly for discussion today, but that's where my head is that we develop the internal capacity and then we buy in the technical expertise as we need it.
Excellent summary. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Okay, does anyone have any questions for our CEO, for Manager Leanne, in relation to what's being proposed? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Don't disagree. Just probably want to understand more about, so if we employ an officer, I guess we were looking to, through the tender process, engage specialist skills to develop the master plan. I just want to ensure if we employ the officer for the next 2 years, that's still the goal and that's still the outcome that we're agreeing to. It's just a different process in the way in which we get there. But my expectation would be we've employed somebody for 2 years, they've led a series of conversations, and they've worked with industry or developed, because I'm mindful this is a unique area. So just want to make sure we're getting the right technical skills and expertise to actually create something like this. I can see that as a bit of a risk, and I just want to understand your views in that regard.
Yep, sure. Short answer, yes. The conversation ended up as we went through the tender process or the assessment of the tenders, a hybrid model going forward. So absolutely the aerodromes need master planning and that engagement. So the end result of whatever process we do, we have a master plan, because far too long there's been ad hoc decisions made on the development of these sites, which has led to a kaleidoscope and patchwork quilt of different uses, which are now going to come into conflict and create further costs down the track to actually develop the site. The site itself is historic, it's commercial, it's got so many advantages to it. And we talk about regional and economic development drivers, it's just sitting there. We don't have arms and legs in this space. We have Parks and Gardens guys doing a bit, and we've got an airport reporting office, and we've got different people, and we've got Parks and Gardens putting the fence, an excellent job as far as the fence at Wando, and it's not just Kingaroy. This would give us the capacity to have someone to cast their eye over all the aerodromes and look at the opportunities that present themselves going forward with that. Kingaroy Aerodrome is the nucleus of the cell because it allows us to develop the master plan. It also supports the case for the engagement of a new person. When you look through the tenders, you'd have someone come in. Again, absolutely no reflection. The tenders were very good. But even at the cheapest tender, there's wages for a year. You would have someone come in, do 6 months, they develop a plan, would have an excellent plan. I was particularly concerned with, as were others, about that when they left, that engagement or the relationship that the users would develop in building the master plan, that relationship would leave with them. And so rather than losing that relationship, because these are such important assets that are, I'll use the term probably incorrectly, they're lazy assets, they're just sitting there, we're not getting the return out of them, we're not getting the benefit out of them. And it's not about, because when I say that in conversations with some of them, you're going to put the landing fees, or you're going to, no, it's not about, a lazy asset just isn't developing or contributing to the point that we can. It's been mentioned around the chamber here many times, and I suppose this one's a little bit of a trial as far as taking council's position. And you're exactly right, councillor, there will be technical expertise that you cannot develop in-house. It just this stuff is very specialised, and rather than having a plain something bad happen because the landing trajectory was a degree off or something inane like that, you buy in that technical expertise, but it's no different to engaging an engineer to design a bridge. We may have a project manager, but we'll still put the plans out for design because we don't want the bridge to, and so yeah, so long answer short where I started was yes.
Yeah, no, thank you for that clarity. I guess that's what I was looking to discuss was sort of overall. I don't disagree. I think it's a fabulous opportunity we have in the Kingaroy Aerodrome, an opportunity that's not yet been understood in terms of its place into the future, and certainly looking at projects like the growth of Caboolture that they're projecting over the next 5 years, the growth in areas like Toowoomba. I think there's enormous opportunity for our region and an airport like what we have. I think we've got to make the most out of it. So, no, I'm supportive of this approach. If it's your recommendation and we're clear that the outcome is still to really maximise that asset and to do the planning and the grunt work that will enable us to get there, I'm supportive of that. So, yeah, no, thank you for the investigation and for looking for another way to deliver the outcome.
Further councillors? No, okay. Thank you, Mr CEO, for the work you've done here. A creative, yeah. Oh, and manager. Sorry, manager. And thank you, and certainly an innovative approach through this hybrid model of delivery. I love the focus in on the stakeholder engagement and providing relative community engagement skills. Clearly, this is a really important project for our region. We want to get it right. Certainly acknowledge the discussion we've just had around the need to bring in technical skills to ensure we get the right outcome. So I think this is a tremendous strategy to address what we have indicated in our corporate plan in terms of our desire to improve our aerodromes across the region. So, yeah, thank you. Well done. Okay. All right. Well, we have the recommendation there as presented. Do we have a mover? Councillor Froelich, a seconder. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 10.7, update on the management of the Proston and Wondai swimming pools at 122. Thank you, Manager.
Councillors, I keep trying to keep you all informed with the pools because it's constantly changing as we're trying to find pool managers. As you would have seen previously, this week the Mergen pool is running very well, and we've bedded down all the relevant staff up there. So things will continue on nicely in the new year for Mergen pool. Wondai and Proston, we're still having difficulty in finding pool managers. We have run just recently re-tendered out the management of Wondai swimming pool. That closed on the 23rd of November. We unfortunately received no tenders. However, we have received a few inquiries, so we're following up those inquiries, meeting people on site, walking them through the facility, and just explaining to them what managing a pool actually involves, you know, how to set up a business. Some of the people that are making inquiries have never run a business before. So, you know, we're talking to them about that, and talking to them also about responsibilities as a lifeguard, insurances, and, you know, also making sure that we're very comfortable that the people that are generally interested, you know, have a really good understanding of water awareness, you know, because they are responsible for children's lives that are there in the pool and swimming. So it is challenging just to work through those things. Unfortunately for Wondai, we haven't been successful. However, we have been in discussions with the previous pool manager, Josie. She is keen to continue through the school holidays for council. She would like, or she has proposed some new timeframes of hours of operation that suit her and her business, but also suits the community, trying to get the best outcome for the community in the school holidays. Josie has put up a post on Facebook today just letting the community know that she's keen to continue on through the school holidays. And at the end of the holidays, the pool will close. Well, that's not council's position. However, it's certainly that's her position as the current pool manager that she will work through to the end of the school holidays. So that's fantastic that Josie's committed to continuing that. And as I said, she's changed the hours of operation, and there is some suggestions there that she wouldn't be open over Christmas Day, Boxing Day, and through to the 2nd of January. So she does want some closure time there to be with her family and her commitments, because she has made commitments elsewhere, but she would open up after the 2nd of January. So Proston Pool, similar sort of conversations are occurring out there as well, and we've got different people that we're meeting on site and working through some ideas there. Unfortunately, at this stage, we'd have to report that we haven't got someone to open the pool for December, and most likely not for January, because most people that are inquiring do not hold the qualifications, and the course that they're required to undertake, which is a plant operational course, Certificate 4, you cannot really do that course until the end of January. So it's going to be very difficult for someone, unless they've got previous qualifications that they could bring across. We won't most likely have a pool open out at Proston for January either. In the meantime, one of the suggestions was that we would follow up with Queensland PCYC and discuss some options of running a school holiday program where a bus may travel from Wondai, Proston and even the Nango during the closure period over there while we do those renovations. Also very difficult for PCYC to run a program at such short notice. They've given us some feedback, and we're working through that and considering that. But they probably also don't have the staffing resources here to cover those number of pools, plus buses, plus supervision in the pool when those kids actually come to the pool. And also, when you run a program like that, each participant would have to become a financial member of PCYC. I don't know the exact cost, so there's membership costs involved there as well. So at this stage, we're probably reporting that we do not have a pool manager for Proston for January, and the pool in the Nango will remain closed, so we can carry out our renovations there as well. But Wondai, we will have some opening time in January for those kids and families that would like to visit Wondai Pool, but most definitely Mergen and Kingaroy will be open for the summer.
Matters of discussion, councillors. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know I sent through someone for Proston, but is the issue that they haven't got the qualifications, or?
That's correct, yeah. But we'll continue to work through with that officer, that person I should say, to see if they're interested in obtaining that certificate. But yes, unfortunately, they wouldn't be available for January.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manager. So if there's no further questions, we'll go straight to the vote on that. It's recommended that the report be received and noted. So thank you. Councillor Henson moves. Councillor Shoemaker seconds. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. I'm going to leave the room now and hand over to Councillor Jones in relation to 10.8. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones.
Okay, thank you. We move on now to 10.8, the request for funding for the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry Inc. You see the recommendation there in front of you. There's some history there behind it. Leanne, I'll hand straight over to you and then we'll just open up for discussion.
Certainly. Yep, so just confirming with Council, we are working with Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce Inc. In terms of trying to sort out this building. We have removed the asbestos from the building, and now what we need to do is obviously they need to resheet the ceiling. When we were there doing the removal of the asbestos, we were also able to do some structural work in the ceiling to ensure that we've got the timber work there to support a new ceiling going forward. So you'll see in the report there, Council, that we have actually committed and spent $50,000 already of council funding, working in partnership with Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce to get that addressed. But we're now moving into the next phase or the stage of this project where the Chambers of Commerce, they have applied for grants, and unfortunately just recently they were unsuccessful with one of the grants that they have applied for, but they are really keen to continue on and get this building up and functioning. And we're really keen to see a new toilet facility, a PWD, put people with disabilities toilet in the facility. At the moment, it has an old toilet that is non-compliant, and by doing all these renovations and changes, it is triggered under the building code to bring this toilet up to spec. So we're keen to see that happen, and certainly, Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce is looking for a contribution from council to go towards some of those plumbing costs and material costs, as well as looking at the ceiling. Now, with the ceiling, you could go ahead with just replacing this ceiling with plasterboard, but unfortunately this building, as per the building condition report, has some internal box gutters, and those internal box gutters continue to leak. So we are having to reline those internal box gutters. That will give us a little bit of life, maybe up to 4 to 5 years, where we won't have any sort of internal leaking from those box gutters. But if you put a plasterboard ceiling into this building, we are concerned that if there are some leaks in that very old roof and very old internal box gutters, we could have damaged plasterboard within, the first couple of years, and that would be very disappointing. So our suggestion would be to look at actually upgrading to the black form ply, something that is a little bit more susceptible to a little bit of moisture, and therefore if moisture was to come through the internal box drains, then we're probably not going to see as much damage. So Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce have some money to work to put towards the ceiling, but our suggestion as property managers would be to upgrade that ceiling to a better level, and therefore a contribution of $15,416. And while we're there on site, we certainly had a look at the building and its functionality moving forward. Our recommendation to council and to Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce was really to look at installing some insulation in that ceiling going forward. So whatever activity is occurring underneath, and you've got it air conditioned, it's going to be more energy efficient and a better outcome going forward for the future. So for an additional $7,215, you would have that insulated. So we've been constantly in negotiations and discussions with Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce in talking about these structural, these building improvements to try to get the best outcome for the building. And Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce obviously doesn't have all those funds, and looking for some sort of contribution or consideration from council. So we bring the report back here for council to consider.
Thanks, Leanne. Councillor Duff.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Jones, just thinking, I thought that the original idea of purchasing the building was for a walkthrough. There was a walkthrough to link the main street with the Glen Street. I'm just concerned about spending all of this money to do stuff that isn't probably long-term what our plans were, and just thinking that the chamber was only leasing it temporarily until we we finalised our plans and what we were doing with the whole KTP. So I'm just a bit, concerned about the cost and all of this money and putting in disability toilets when I didn't think that was our long-term plan.
Any other councillors? Councillor Hanchin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, that's true, but in the design that was given to us by the KCCI some time ago, is it not designed for future development of that space in the event of further offices or communication, or so
I would have thought in that it lends itself much more than to just a walkthrough, where it could be a much more beneficial building to our community. And council, correct me if I'm wrong, but we purchased that building with those options in mind rather than just a walkway. And could it not still be a walkway? And the design that was brought forward is actually of rooms that can be excluded from that walkway. Is that correct? Yeah, thank you.
General
Yeah.
Manager,
Yeah,
please.
so certainly in the discussions with Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce, we've moved all of the rooms and the toilet facility all on one side of the building. So if council, in partnership with Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce, decided in the future that you did want your walk through, certainly the rooms and the toilet could remain. And they could remain as other little, pop-up shops, or other things could go in there going forward in the future as well. But most definitely, the PWD has been designed in a way that even if it's a walkthrough, that particular facility would remain in that walkthrough, and you'll be able to get your walkthrough quite clearly. But at the same time, you'll get the benefit of having a PWD in there, so people don't need to go right through to the Glendon Street toilets out the back. There will be a facility there in that arcade, or whatever we're going to call it in the future. So the way it's designed is that there's options going forward. So in 4 or 5 years' time, if the business hub hopefully outgrows this space and needs to go somewhere else, it can, and then you can then council can actually create their walkthrough. And the ceiling upgrades and the asbestos removal, we probably needed to do those things anyway, even for a walkthrough. So the way it's been designed is to try to keep some of that beautiful architecture work in the top of the building, keeping that in mind that if it is a walkthrough, you've got that look still that you've originally had there, so it will be complementary.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report and the information. I am fully supportive of this request. I'm fully supportive of this request for a number of reasons. One of them is because a business and innovation hub in the centre of Kingaroy, on the back of the investment we've made in the Kingaroy Transformation Project, will be, I believe, excellent for our region. I'm also supportive of this project because the design and the work that's gone into the project does enable us to consider future forward uses, such as the walkthrough, which was the original idea or intent of the purchase of the building. You're absolutely correct. But I would hate to see a building that council owns sit there empty and vacant for a few years until we finish the KTP project and work out our scope and our plan. And I think this is a wonderful opportunity to partner with our community to create some real energy within our business community and really support some of these small macro businesses across the South Burnett. I made the decision, I knew when I made the decision and was part of the decision to buy the Trendsetter building that it was risky, that we did that in a hurry. I learned a lot out of that decision, to be honest. We saw an opportunity, this council saw an opportunity to buy a building, and we did it. We bought a building. Since we brought the building, property prices in the South Burnett, I'm pleased to report, have gone up by 20%. And I can only imagine, by the time we finish the KTP project and our investment in the CBD, how much that building will be worth. And if I remember correctly, Councillor Jones, you said that right from the beginning. I'm supportive of this project because we have partnered with the Chamber, we have had discussions about their usage, and we have offered a lease. And through this process, we have learned through our own building needs and the building code that the people with disabilities bathroom is important, and that we had brought a building that had asbestos in it and that required improvement for its use. It's no different to the Mergen shop scenario in Mergen, that we've spent countless dollars in fixing that problem too. For me, I'm fully supportive of this request. I recognise that we're identifying here to do the review in the second quarter budget, which, as we've since learned, is January. And I think if we can look at opportunities to fund this with our unallocated capital, it's a good outcome. The investment we're putting into this building, it's not like it's going to be wasted. eventually this council, the next council, whichever council actually finally does create that walkway or a vision for that area, I don't feel this investment will be wasted. It will at least enable some use in the building while those things come into play. So it's unfortunate that we've found these things and it's continued on, but I do recognise the opportunity here as well. And I think we need to partner and support our business community, particularly on the back of the last 2 years and whatever we can expect to experience into the future. So we're fully supportive.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you. I was I was very supportive of purchasing the building, but I know that General Manager Meehan was waving a red flag about the costs of doing up that area in the back behind the building. There's all that the old buildings and the mess that's in behind there. There's a whole heap of stuff, and he flagged that it was going to cost a lot of money to fix that part of it up. My question is, has that been costed? And number two, is it necessary to have a disability toilet when there's just, like 50 metres further on, the Glennon Street toilets? So is it necessary, is one, and number two is how much is it going to cost to do the rest of the back part of the building?
I'm not aware of major issues out the back, so I'll have to take that on notice and go and investigate that. Certainly there is some drainage issues at the back of all of those buildings. There's certainly grass, there's grass there, and there's an old shed at the back of the building there. The old shed, we have suggested at this stage that the shed was going to stay there while the KTP project works were going to occur, in case there was a shortage of storage for some of those shop owners, and at least there was an additional storage building there if someone needed something. But my understanding, talking originally at the start with Kingaroy Chambers of Commerce, was that they would assist council later on in demolishing that building. And out the back there, it may not necessarily be a concrete car park, but they were willing to bring in some deco and certainly have that area seen to, so people could park there. And it could be that some of the tenants or some of the visitors to that building could actually park there. In terms of, is it a requirement to have the PWD toilet? If you are going to, you would have to completely remove the PWD altogether. But I think with the requirement of having offices there and people tenanting those offices, you're going to be required to have a PWD. So answering that question, you are, with the purpose of what the building is going to be utilised for now, is you're going to have that PWD. Going forward, if it was an arcade, you may not have to have the PWD. I'd have to check that. But certainly at the moment, you've got a toilet block there, a toilet facility there, all the plumbing and sewage connection. It's really just upgrading it. So my understanding would be, that a lot of shops along there don't necessarily have toilets, and that's some of the limitations that they have going forward in terms of leasing those facilities out, because more and more business owners, they are looking for toilets and kitchenettes in the back of their facility rather than having to leave their building entirely. So, going forward, not sure what it's going to be used for after this purpose, but having a toilet in that facility would be highly complementary going forward. So but we can certainly have a look out the back. I'm not aware of any major costs initially for out the back of that facility.
Councillor Shoemaker, you.
Yeah, no, I think I've just gotten the clarity that I need. And yes, I know when we had a look at the building, the old shed and everything that you've talked about, yes, we all acknowledged that would have to go if we were to build any kind of walkthrough. If I remember right, when I walked around with Aaron and certainly others involved, Alan Christensen and others, because we're looking at pedestrian crossings, and we're looking at how we could link that building to the shared zone and space, and recognising too that into the future, you know, we want to create in the KTP footprint, we really want to create places where people can sit and eat with their families. And you're right, the bathrooms not being in some of those old buildings does place limitations on some of the uses in the street. So having some kind of walk through into the future that meant you could access a public facility anytime was ideal, and a big reason why we did purchase the building. Noting that, though, council hasn't attributed any funds to doing any concept planning or visioning around actually creating that space. We all agreed we would sit and wait until the KTP project was complete, and certainly do further investigations as things unfolded. I think this is a great project, and this investment that we're making, certainly the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and their funding bodies are making, does also enable other future uses for this facility. Things like an arcade, things like being able to rent out small pop-up shop space, and et cetera, et cetera. Who knows? We've got some incredible art in the region, and we know we want to see art in our streets. Maybe this can be used for a space like that into the future. Who knows? We haven't had those conversations, Councillor Duff, but I guess what I would really like to see is that at least that building doesn't remain empty, that it does become a busy, active hub for activity. And certainly I think putting a bathroom into a council-owned building will only increase the value of the building into the future, which it's a community-owned asset, and that will be up to future councils. So no, fully supportive. Thank you.
Councillor Duff, one last chance.
So I'm just saying that I'm supporting that we do contribute to the cost of the ceiling and the construction, the 7,000, the 15,000, but not the disability toilets, because I think that the toilets are out the back, and also there's an opportunity for the not-for-profit group, which is the chamber, to actually apply for funding rather than council footing that bill. So I won't be supporting the recommendation as it stands. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, councillor. Anybody else before I have a Councillor Hanchin? Just last chance before we...
Deputy Mayor Jones and Councillor Shoemaker. Initially, this proposal I wasn't supportive of, with council buying this building, because I thought it was an absolute exorbitant amount of money to create a walkthrough. And here we are trying to promote development in our community and our society, and there's a great opportunity here for this just to do that. So I'm fully supportive of this. I think we've taken this to the next level, and the KCC, the Chamber of Commerce, this lease is for a period of time, for approximately how long? 2 years? Yeah, so we have a permanent residence in there, or the Chamber of Commerce, for the next 2 years. I think this is a great step forward, and I'll be first to admit, initially I was very concerned about this. We're getting some, we're getting some use out of this building, and I think it's a great step forward in where we're trying to go. Thank you.
Yeah, heard everything. So, yeah, Councillor Duff's right. And what you need to understand is the roof and the installation of the bats and everything, as far as I'm concerned, has to be done anyway. Whether we have anything in there, that's a given. We have to provide that. And I'll take it a step further in the fact that when you lease a building out, you've got to meet certain standards, requirements and service levels and all that sort of stuff to make it above board and compliant with all the... So I believe that you probably do need that. I can see the benefit, and Councillor Shoemaker's touched on it, Councillor Hanchin. That toilet is not only going to be accessible to the KCCI, but it will certainly help some of the business in the street. And then with the proposal of that walkthrough, as you look, my understanding was, as you stand in Kingaroy Street looking at the building, the walkway was going to be on the right-hand side, and always had the proposal of buildings or shops or some sort of a entertainment area, possibly a bar, who knows, pop-up, whatever. So I certainly, the toilets are at the back, but anybody that's walking down Kingaroy Street only has to pop in there and use those toilets there. They don't have to go right out the back. That was the whole point of it. So I'm fully supportive of this, and I think it's a great idea. It's We know that we've got a tenant there until August 2023, and these people, as Councillor Shoemaker has highlighted, are doing a lot of the work that we would have to undertake ourselves and pay somebody to do it, and they're doing it on their own bat. We're supplying the materials and all that sort of stuff. So I refer to the last paragraph on the whole report. If all the proposed works are completed, council and community will have the benefit of a renovated building with no asbestos and PWD toilet for the benefit of everybody in the community moving forward. That sums it all up to me. Me personally, as a business owner that has leased out a venue, I know what my requirements are to make sure that when I lease that building out, it has to meet certain standards. And I think I'd be happy to be corrected, but they need a toilet to be accessible by the KCCI, the leasee. Is that a fair comment, Leanne? So if it's going to be a toilet, it needs to be a PWD toilet, because that's your requirements. You have to make it accessible to any PWD person. So therefore I'm fully supportive on all those reasons. I can't see, and Councillor Shoemaker again touched on, we've got a Chamber of Commerce, and if anybody else across our region in Mergen or Nanango or something like that wanted to go through the same process, I would be offering the same support to those if they were in a council-owned building. I just think it's a great thing, and it's a council-owned asset. There's a community organisation driven that's doing a lot of work for council and ratepayers at their own expense. So I'm fully supportive. Fully supportive. So I guess with all that, we'll go to the vote. Anyone, I guess we need a mover, that's correct. So does somebody want to move the officer's recommendation that the committee recommends to council that South Burnett Regional Council consider in the second quarter budget review the request from the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce Inc. for financial support to the value of $53,877.72 for one new compliant toilet facility suitable for use by people with disabilities, $31,246.72 GST inclusive. Number two, contribute to the additional cost over and above plasterboard to supply of black form ply ceiling with express shadow line joints, $15,416 GST inclusive. And three, installation of R3.5 bats to the ceiling cavity concurrently with new ceiling construction, $7,215 GST inclusive. Do I have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconder Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Councillor Henson, Froloff, Shoemaker and Jones. Against? Councillor Duff. The motion carried 4 votes to 1. Okay, thank you. Call back in the Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Jones. Okay, so we're up to now 10.9, request for covered area at the Nanango Showgrounds, and that's at 146. Thank you, Manager.
Thanks, Mayor. This one, Leanne, if I can help, this was an email request that came through to the Mayor. We've popped it in. There seems to be, to my mind, a couple of different people talking about this type of facility, and we have had some previous contacts, but this is a new engagement, for want of a better term. So it's put up for information today to let council know that it's come in, and probably for some direction as to what you want us to do with it.
Thanks, Mr. CEO. Sorry, I was just a bit off the ball there, but yeah. So I met with a nice lady in Blackbutt at the markets, who's quite heavily involved in equestrian training and activities, and just suggested the concept of having an indoor equestrian centre. I think they've obviously got the big Queensland one at Caboolture, but they've also got one at Kilkivan now, and I think Toowoomba's got one at the showgrounds, and Dalby got one, yeah. So it was just whether or not that's something that we wanted to consider moving forward with our pipeline of projects, as to whether she thought that Nanango would be a good location. So really just putting it up there for discussion, no expectation around an outcome at this stage other than just having a conversation about it. So Councillor Froloff, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got no issues with this, but I just wanted to put it out there that Western Performance in Anango out near the race club has been trying to get a roof over their arena that they have now and lights. So I just wanted to put it out there that they're trying hard to do this same thing that is requested here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, just further to that with the, certainly I think if we can partner or support or collaborate with a community group or somebody who's driving this, I don't think facilities like this really is in the scope of core council business. So I guess I just, in terms of the facilities and the assets and things that we've got, we're struggling to maintain what we've got. I don't think I'd be at this point in time moving to build a new facility like this when we've got other looming priorities. However, I do recognise if the Western Performance Club is doing some work in that space, I do recognise how much equestrian events and things bring to an area. I also recognise the incredible work that Anango Show Society has actually done already in this space with their trotters and things that come along, the rodeo, those kind of events. I can see certainly a covered arena would be great. I know though here in Kingaroy I've got a basketball club that would love a new basketball facility too. So, I guess we've got to be thinking about, yes, these are the wants and desires of our community, and how do we partner with them to achieve these things. I don't think it would be our role to own or run a riding arena, not based on some of the challenges we have, particularly even with things like the Coolabunny Sale Yard, where we don't have specific technical skills in our area to run facilities like that. I guess I'm always open to opportunities to partner. So if this lady who submitted this inquiry has those connections or has a vision and has people that are willing to come along with her, she has identified the South Burnett Working Equestrian and the South Burnett Equestrian Club. So, I guess it's up to those areas if there's something that council can do to be a part of through our community grants or that kind of thing. I know we're all very passionate about having community development officers support into the future in council's organisational structure. So, I can really see a role for that person in helping groups like this get the funding they need to get the outcomes like this, because we know they are great. But yes, I'm probably just a little bit confused as to if we were chasing something specific from council or just talking about pipeline, I guess, dream projects in some sense. Certainly I know I've got a few up my sleeve. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, I think this lady was just really keen through the South Burnett Equestrian Club to put this forward, just I suppose start the conversation in council. Probably no preconceived ideas as to how that would happen, whether it was done by an organisation, whether council could help auspice that or support it in some way. She was indicating that there's a significant amount of, I think, membership involved in these equestrian activities these days from competition. So I think in speaking with the lady concerned, she was seeing as an opportunity for us to grow, particularly I think a sporting tourism type activity where you can bring a lot of people in for a period of time who'll travel in from southeast Queensland to be part of these activities over a weekend or a long weekend. So I think, looking at as economic development opportunity, particularly in relation to that tourism space. But, how it happens, when it happens, who drives it, all those things are still to be considered. So really just indicated to her that I'd bring it to a committee meeting just to give council heads up and get it on the agenda as one of those pipeline projects for future consideration. Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor. Would you be able to get her put her in contact with Melanie Dahini from the Western Performance? Because if they can work together, she could go that part of Western Performance. So they've already got it there, and they get a massive big crowd, and they've got the what's that one that they do, the endurance riding and everything there. So if she's really keen to do this, I suggest that you put her in contact with Melanie from Western Performance and Paul Sarah Saxter.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Councillor Fraloff. I'll take that. I don't have any contact with the Western Performance people, don't of them, but if you can give me those contact details, we can pass that on, Mr. CEO, and they can start that conversation together. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not sure why Councillor Jones is laughing, but Councillor Shoemaker, did you want to add?
Yes, just in relation, I guess I have seen of late some announcements coming out of Toowoomba around their mountain biking facilities in preparation for the Olympics and the strategy and planning and advocacy they're doing in that space. I guess just thinking about, in our conversations, and I know this is a conversation for another day, but just flagging it with council, in our conversations with Minister Hinchcliffe, certainly I agree with him. I think there's great opportunities for our region to showcase the food and fibre we produce on a global stage by providing food product from our region to events associated with the Brisbane Olympics into the future. But I guess looking at considerations like this, certainly Mr. Mayor, very aware of the work you do in the advocacy space, and I guess just flagging with you or raising the question about that Olympics kind of strategy. How do we potentially leverage some of the funding or opportunities that might be coming, and look at if we've got such an active local community? I know there's been discussions about our rail trail facilities and things as well. I don't know, is this an area that we should be considering? Who and where will they come from for the Olympics, and would we have the resources to support if there was funding made available? What kind of target areas would we in the South Burnett, what kind of sports or opportunities would we look to target? I know also that there are international teams that look to areas potentially like ours and say, okay, we're going to invest X amount of dollars in capital to build our own training facility in your region. Our expectation is that we will use that during the Olympics, and then we will go on our merry way and you will inherit that. I know that comes with cost, but I'm just very mindful that other councils are doing some really innovative stuff in preparing for the Olympics, and we haven't really had many conversations in that regard. I know we've all got thoughts, but thoughts don't lead to action. So I guess I'm just flagging with you, it's probably something we really do need to consider, and whether we need some support. I know we don't have any regional development resources, but some support to start these conversations, because there is an opportunity there, and I would hate to see other councils leverage that and our council miss out.
Thank you, Councillor. It is a good opportunity, and of course, it's opportunities for sport. It's opportunities for people who are wanting to go out and experience Queensland while they're here, be it spectators, competitors, spectators, their families who come with them. Will want to do more than just be in Brisbane for the games. They'll want to go out and experience regional Queensland. So it is a great opportunity for us, and I think it would be wonderful if we could progress some further conversations on this in the new year, Mr. CEO, and how we can perhaps start to have conversations with other councils close by who might be able to work with us collaboratively on some of the advocacy, moving this forward. Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking with the Nengo Showgrounds that I think it's a fantastic idea, but the covered arenas affect camp drafting and all sorts of things because they're smaller, and I just think it's a conversation that probably needs to be had with the current people who lease it, and that's the Nengo Show Society. I'd hate them to read this and there had been no consultation at all with the group that actually leases it, because they've probably got long-term plans and what they'd like to see happen, and could be something left field if they just happened to read this and there'd be no consultation.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Duffer. Good point. I'll pass on contact details for all three parties, and perhaps they can start to communicate between themselves and look at where they want to go. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Good. Yep. Thank you. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, just receiving it. So I'll just move that be received for information. Do we have a seconder? Yeah, Councillor Fowler. Thank you. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. Next one is 10.10, update on council negotiations with preferred tenderer for Wandai Cattle Dip Facility at 149. Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to update councillors, we are in discussions and negotiations with the successful tenderer Those discussions are going well, and initially I suppose they will become the leasee once all the documents are signed. But there's a number of things that we're working through for that site. We were all very concerned around the workplace health and safety with the facility, the loading ramp, the dip facility itself. So we've carried out those inspections with the successful tenderer. They are considering a work plan which is going to prioritise their works because initially they will repair the facility and get it up and going for their operations, and then in the future if it all goes well, they will be looking at reopening the facility for commercial purposes. But initially they would be really just looking at opening the facility as a dip facility for their own use. So they have a lot of livestock movements in and throughout the region. So just wanted to let council know there's a number of items there noted that we're in discussions with them. We're getting legal advice on the lease document to protect the organisation, and equally so is the potential leasee as well. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. There's a number of things that we identified down there by putting locks on gates, ensuring that there's the appropriate signage there so no one enters the site knowing that it's going to be leased out for private purposes. There was a large number of truck trailers stored down there on site, like it was starting to be used as a breakdown area. So we're just working through all of those sorts of issues with the leasee. So just wanted to let you know that it's moving along quite positive, and it will be a good outcome to sign a lease agreement with this successful tenderer, and they take on the Wandai dip facility, as I said initially, for their own purpose, and then hopefully if it gets up and gets running, looking at the potential of opening it as a commercial facility. So a good outcome.
Thank you, Manager. Open for discussion. Questions or concerns? Okay, well, it's recommended the report be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Froloff. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.1, item 11 is questions on notice. The first one, 11.1, is grass on footpaths at 151. The report is as provided. Councillor Schumacher, I think it was yours. Did you have any further questions? You're comfortable with that?
Yes, no, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to understand that service level around the CBD. Certainly appreciate that many residents in the area, like every town, mow their footpaths, but in those CBD areas, just wanted to understand how we're currently maintaining those areas with the mowing. So no, thank you for the information. That's very helpful, and I will pass it on.
Okay, thank you. So 11.2 then. Sorry, Lynelle. Yes. So it's just recommended that we will receive that that the response to the question regarding grass and footpaths raised by Councillor Schumacher be received and noted. Do we have Councillor Schumacher, seconder, Councillor Froloff? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Thank you, Lynelle. 11.2, we've got a question there from Councillor Potter, who's absent. So recommendation is that the response be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Councillor Froloff, seconder, Councillor Duff. Any questions on that or follow-up, councillors? We're comfortable with the response? Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 12.1, and Officer's recommendation is that Council considers the confidential report listed below in a meeting closed to the public in accordance with Section 254J of the Local Government Regulation 2012. 12.1 is the Queensland Housing Investment Growth Initiative, and this matter is considered to be confidential under Section 254J-G of the Local Government Regulation, and the Council is satisfied that discussion of this matter in an open meeting would, on balance, be contrary to the public interest as it deals with negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government, to which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government. Do we have a mover? Councillor Schumacher, seconder, Councillor Jones. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. We'll now close and go into confidential. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the open meeting. We now have one item to attend to for the committee meeting today, left on the agenda, and that is item 12.1. Its recommendation is that the committee recommend to council the two items as presented there on screen in relation to entering into a partnership agreement with Regional Housing Limited as to social housing in Kingaroy, including disposing of 4 vacant lots of land to Regional Housing Limited at no cost, as stated in the recommendation on screen. So as presented, do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconder Councillor Duff. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. That concludes the agenda items for today. We'll now call the meeting closed at 3:36 p.m. Thank you all.